Hello everyone, Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as the Flash's Nemesis, Part 3. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it.
As the moon cast its dim glow over the darkened city, Miles Wally, adorned in his Tachyon jumpsuit, reclined on a plush leather chair within his dimly lit underground lair. The room hummed with the faint crackling of electricity, a testament to the speedster's connection with the cosmic forces that fueled his powers. Grinning mischievously, he reached for a vintage rotary phone resting on a nearby table, its presence a nod to the nostalgia of a bygone era. With a flick of his wrist, Miles dialed the number he knew by heart, connecting to a familiar ally and partner in crime, Leonard Snart, also known as Captain Cold. The phone rang, each ring reverberating through the room like an echoing heartbeat. Finally, the call was answered, and a voice, as cold as ice, filled the air. "Snart here," Leonard's deep voice grumbled with a no-nonsense tone. Miles couldn't help but chuckle, his voice dripping with playful enthusiasm. "Hey there, Captain Cold. It's your favorite speedster calling. Got a minute?" There was a distinct pause on the other end, a silent sigh, before Leonard responded, his annoyance evident. "What do you want, Tachyon? I hope this is important." Grinning wider, Miles leaned back in his chair, relishing in the contrast of his light-heartedness against Leonard's serious demeanor. "Oh, it's important. All right. I'm planning a little heist, something to spice up the night. And I need your expertise, Captain. But more specifically, I need to know where I can find some reliable goons for hire. Any recommendations?" Leonard's skepticism crept into his voice. "You're the fastest man alive, Miles. Why on earth would you need goons when you can do it all yourself?" Miles let out a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the lair like a playful echo. "Ah, Leonard, my dear friend, where's the fun in doing it all alone? Sometimes, the greatest pleasure is in the performance, in orchestrating a grand spectacle that leaves everyone breathless. And besides, it's good to have some backup in case things get a little too hot to handle, don't you think?" There was a hint of resignation in Leonard's voice as he reluctantly offered his assistance. "Fine, I suppose I know a few contacts who can provide you with the muscle you need. Meet me at the old warehouse on East Street. I'll have the information ready for you. But remember, Tachyon, this heist better be worth it." Miles could practically hear the invisible eye roll from his partner, but he couldn't help but grin wider. "You won't be disappointed, Leonard. Get ready for a show like no other." With that, the call ended, leaving Miles to revel in his own mischievous thoughts. The city would soon witness the orchestrated chaos he was about to unleash, and with his trusted partner begrudgingly aiding him, there was no doubt that Central City would feel the tremors of their combined villainy. As the dimly lit lair embraced the shadows once more, Miles rose from his chair, the Tachyon symbol on his suit gleaming with anticipation. The stage was set, and the rising crime lord was ready to make his mark upon Central City, one step at a time. With Leonard's information in hand, Miles Wally found himself standing in the heart of Central City, surrounded by the bustling cityscape that pulsated with life. His fingers traced the list of recommendations, each name and location etched upon the paper. He had hoped for a crew that matched his preferences, individuals with a flair for mischief and a hunger for chaos. However, as he perused the list, disappointment seeped into his heart like a chilling breeze. One by one, the names on the list failed to ignite the spark of excitement within him. They were common criminals, lacking the finesse and theatricality that Miles craved. But as he reached the final recommendation, a small glimmer of hope flickered within him. Perhaps, just perhaps, this last place would hold the key to his perfect heist crew. Following the address provided by Leonard, Miles made his way to a dimly lit bar tucked away in the heart of an abandoned industrial district. As he pushed open the creaking door, the scent of stale beer and the distant melody of raucous laughter enveloped him. His eyes scanned the room, seeking out potential recruits for his grand scheme. The bar patrons varied in appearance, some engrossed in their own conversations, others nursing their drinks with a weariness that spoke of a life filled with struggle. His disappointment lingered, threatening to overshadow his determination, until his keen ears caught a distinctive voice rising above the clamor. A group of individuals, huddled together in a corner booth, engaged in animated banter, their voices thick with the struggles of their everyday lives. Miles couldn't resist the temptation to eavesdrop, his mischievous smile widening as he overheard their conversations about poverty, healthcare, and the constant uphill battle they faced. These were individuals who had been dealt a tough hand by life, their frustrations bubbling beneath the surface like a pressure cooker ready to explode. Slipping into the role of a casual observer, Miles leaned against the bar counter, his eyes fixed on the group. Their voices blended together, laced with slang and raw emotions, painting a vivid picture of their circumstances. "Man, I'm telling a YA, this healthcare system is a joke," one of them exclaimed, a sense of frustration dripping from every word. "Tell me about it." "Can barely make ends meet with this minimum wage nonsense," another chimed in, their tone filled with resignation. Miles listened intently, his excitement building with every passing word. These were the voices he had been searching for. Individuals yearning for change, hungry for an opportunity to rise above their struggles. They possessed a raw authenticity, a fire within that resonated with his own desires. The speedster's heart raced with anticipation as he made up his mind. This group, with their shared frustrations and dreams, would become the canvas on which he would paint his heist masterpiece. They would be the instrument through which he would bring chaos and reformation to the city. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Miles approached the group, blending seamlessly into their midst. The stage was set, the players chosen, and the rising crime lord could hardly contain his excitement. The city would soon witness the birth of a new era, and he would be the conductor of its symphony. As the bar reverberated with laughter and the clinking of glasses, Miles basked in the thrill of his impending triumph, relishing in the knowledge that destiny had brought them together, binding their fates to the grand heist that awaited. As Miles, adorned in his Tachyon jumpsuit, approached the group, their conversations tapered off, replaced by wary glances and hushed whispers. Recognition flickered across their faces, mingled with a healthy dose of fear. They had heard the tales, the rumors that swirled through Central City about this enigmatic speedster who had once nearly brought the city to its knees in a battle against the Flash. Miles, ever the charismatic manipulator, flashed them a disarming smile, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Evening, folks. Mind if I join in on the conversation?" The group tensed, their skepticism palpable. One of them, a young woman with eyes that betrayed both fear and curiosity, spoke up. "You're Tachyon, right? The guy who almost destroyed the city? What do you want with us?" Miles chuckled, his voice laced with charm and persuasive allure. "Ah, the legends do precede me, don't they? But fear not, my friends, for I've come seeking individuals like yourselves, those who have tasted the bitterness of life's struggles and yearn for something more." Their wariness lingered, their eyes darting between each other, but a hint of curiosity began to spark within them. One man spoke up, his voice edged with caution. "What's in it for us? What's your game, Tachyon?" Miles leaned in closer, his voice a low, conspiratorial whisper. "My dear friends, picture this. The audacity of robbing the IRS itself, striking a blow against the very system that perpetuates the cycle of poverty and inequality. This heist will be a statement, a chance for you to make a real difference, not just for yourselves, but for the countless others who suffer under the weight of a broken society." The group exchanged glances, their initial skepticism slowly melting away as Miles continued to weave his persuasive web. He spoke with such conviction, his words resonating with their own frustrations and desires for change. Another member of the group, a man whose tired eyes betrayed a fire that had long flickered within, spoke up. "Why should we trust you? It's because of you why we're like this in the first place." Miles grinned, a flicker of mischief dancing in his eyes. "Ah, my friend, it's true, I have been responsible for your misfortunes. But that's precisely why I'm reaching out to you. Together, we can redefine your miserable lives, reshaping the narrative of this city's. I offer you a chance to rise above the confines of society's labels and make a real impact. I need your unique skills, your passion for change. And in return, I promise to be your ally, to fight alongside you until the very end." As Tachyon's words lingered in the air, the group exchanged glances once more, their determination growing stronger with each passing second. A shared sense of purpose welled up within them, uniting them in a cause that transcended their individual struggles. With a collective nod, the group made their decision. They would join forces with Tachyon, embracing the audaciousness of his plan, and venturing into the heart of Central City's criminal underworld. The city itself held its breath, unaware of the brewing storm that would soon descend upon its streets. Miles, the puppet master, reveled in the anticipation, knowing that with this newfound alliance, he had set in motion a chain of events that would forever alter the course of their lives and the fate of Central City itself. Inside a hidden warehouse on the outskirts of Central City, a veil of secrecy cloaked the air, as Miles Wally, Tachyon himself, stood amidst his newly recruited crew. The warehouse, bathed in dim lighting, hummed with an energy of anticipation. High-tech gadgets adorned the shelves, blueprints sprawled across tables, and a holographic projection flickered to life, displaying their target, the pinnacle of their audacious heist. Miles, exuding a natural aura of leadership, gathered his crew around him, their diverse personalities and skills representing a tapestry of possibilities. They stood united, their eyes fixed on their charismatic leader, as he began to paint a vivid picture of the intricate details that would shape their heist. "Now, listen up, everyone," Miles began, his voice carrying a blend of confidence and excitement. "We've got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, a chance to strike at the heart of corruption, the IRS itself. But to succeed, we need to be precise, calculated, and work together as a well-oiled machine." The crew members leaned in, their individual expertise and perspectives shining through as they listened intently. A tech-savvy member, known for their prowess with gadgets, raised a question. "What about the security systems? Any idea how we're going to bypass them?" Miles flashed a mischievous grin, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. "Ah, my friend, we have our ways. With the gadgets at our disposal, we'll exploit every vulnerability, turning their security measures against them. Trust me, we'll be ghosts in their system." Miles' eyes shifting to the next member of the crew. "Leonard, you and your expertise in engineering will be vital in disarming any potential traps. What do you need from us?" Leonard Snart, his icy blue eyes focused and alert, spoke in his signature calm and collected manner. "Just give me the schematics, and I'll make sure nothing stands in our way. But let's not forget about the backup plan if things go south." Miles flashed a grin, appreciating Leonard's pragmatic approach. "Absolutely, Leonard. We always have a contingency plan. Your experience with improvisation will come in handy, just like you always said, make the plane, execute the plan, expect the plan to go to shit or something like that." Another crew member, a master of disguise and deception, chimed in. "But what about the personnel? Won't they recognize us?" Miles nodded, acknowledging the concern. "Indeed, that's a valid point. That's where our dear Grod mind control come into play. We'll be shadows in the night, slipping through their ranks undetected. Each of you will have a role to play, a disguise to adopt that will keep them guessing." Miles began, his gaze sweeping across the group, taking in their diverse skills and backgrounds. "Hartley will be responsible for bypassing the security systems. Hartley, any questions or concerns?" Hartley Rathaway, his fingers tapping eagerly against his tablet, glanced up, a smirk playing on his lips. "None at all, boss. I've hacked into more secure systems than this in my sleep. Consider it done." The crew members exchanged glances, their excitement mixing with a hint of apprehension. This was no ordinary heist. They were venturing into the lion's den, with the potential consequences weighing heavily upon them. But as Miles continued to address their concerns, his leadership skills shining through, a sense of unity and purpose began to permeate the room. "We will face challenges, my friends," Miles declared, his voice filled with unwavering determination. "But remember why we're doing this. We're not just stealing for personal gain. We're stealing to expose them and take this city right under their noses." His words echoed in the air, igniting a fire within each member of the crew. Excitement mingled with determination as they realized the magnitude of the task before them. They were no longer just a group of individuals with their own struggles and aspirations, they were a team, united under Tachyon's leadership. As the crew dispersed to their assigned tasks, a newfound sense of purpose filled the warehouse. Each member carried the weight of their responsibilities with a mixture of nerves and determination. They knew the risks, but they also understood the potential rewards, the chance to make a real difference in Central City. Miles, ever the charismatic leader, moved among them, offering words of encouragement, inspiring confidence, and fostering a spirit of unity. His belief in their abilities was contagious, spreading like wildfire through their ranks. In that hidden warehouse, a band of unlikely heroes prepared for the heist of a lifetime. They were driven by a shared purpose, a collective desire to challenge the status quo, and the audacity to believe that they could reshape the very foundations of their city. Snart and Grodd remained glaring at Miles. Snart knows damn well Miles had something else in mind. And Grodd, while he can't read Miles' head completely, can sense his intentions. However, neither of them spoke out as one. Whatever Miles was planning behind this heist won't affect them much, and Miles has hardly ever does anything that involves double-crossing his allies. The echoes of victory still resonated within the hearts of Miles, Wally and his crew as they stood before the open vault, their prize secure in their hands. However, their triumph was short-lived, for as the shadows danced around them, a formidable enemy force emerged from the darkness. It was a rival criminal syndicate, drawn to the audacious heist like vultures to fresh carrion. They had caught wind of Miles' ambitions, and now, they sought to claim what he had taken for themselves. A tense silence fell over the room as the two groups faced off, each poised for a clash of titans. The leader of the rival syndicate, a cunning and ruthless figure, stepped forward. A glint of amusement danced in his eyes as he sized up Miles and his crew. Well, if it isn't Tachyon," he sneered, his voice dripping with both disdain and anticipation. "You've made quite a name for yourself, haven't you?" Miles' lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes burning with an intensity that matched his rival's. "And who might you be?" he retorted, his voice laced with a mixture of defiance and amusement. "Call me Blade," the rival leader replied, his tone oozing with arrogance. "You see, Tachyon, we don't like how you're running things, so I thought why not do us a favor and take you out of the picture." Blade then reveals his metahuman ability, which was ironically creating and turning anything into blades. How original! Miles thought before he chuckled, a devilish gleam in his eyes. Blade, you're wound up tighter than a spring," he taunted, his voice dripping with amusement. "I'm just here to have a little fun. But if you insist on playing the tough guy, I won't deny you the pleasure." The tension in the air crackled, anticipation hanging thickly between the two forces. Miles glanced at his crew, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew the odds were stacked against them, but they also knew the strength that lay within their collective unity. Leonard Snart stepped forward, his eyes locked on Blade. "We've come too far to back down now," he declared, his voice steady and resolute. "If you think you can stand in our way, you're in for a rude awakening. Grodd, keep them off balance. Golden Glider, Heatwave, give them hell." His crew sprang into action, their weapons blazing, while Hartley Rathaway's sonic vibrations disoriented the attackers. The room erupted into chaos as the rival syndicate launched their assault. Bullets whizzed through the air, the sound of cracking bones and crashing objects filling the space. Miles' crew moved with practiced precision, relying on their unique abilities and unwavering trust in one another. Hartley Rathaway unleashed a symphony of disarray, using his sound manipulation to disorient the enemy. Gorilla Grodd, his primal strength unmatched, sent adversaries flying with each powerful strike. Combined with his telepathy, he was unmatched. Golden Glider and Heatwave orchestrated a fiery dance, their weapons blazing, driving the rival syndicate back. Miles himself weaved through the chaos, his speed and agility unmatched. He struck with precision and finesse, each blow calculated to kill. His sadistic nature reveled in the chaos. With a wicked grin, he darted through the mayhem, his speed unmatched. Each blow he landed was laced with a touch of cruelty, a twisted satisfaction in the pain he inflicted. Blade himself became the target of Miles' sadistic fury. Those part of his group who couldn't fight back were protected by his gravity bubble. The room became a whirlwind of motion and conflict, the clash of superhuman abilities and ruthless determination. Their clash reached its climax as Miles closed in on Blade, his eyes gleaming with a darkness that belied his carefree demeanor. With a swift motion, he delivered a fatal blow, ending Blade's life with a cold indifference. Blade's entire body imploded and Miles savored the man's expression of agony. There was no remorse in Miles' eyes, only a twisted satisfaction at his victory. As the room fell silent, Miles' crew turned their gaze upon him, their reactions varied and different. Some showed shock, their faces contorted with disbelief. Others, more accustomed to Miles' darker side, wore expressions of acceptance, knowing that the path they had chosen was not for the faint of heart. Miles surveyed his crew, his eyes lingering on their varied reactions. "This is who we are," he declared, his voice tinged with a chilling edge. "We're the predators in this city, the ones who play by our own rules. If you can't handle it, now's the time to walk away." Some hesitated, their wavering resolve evident in their eyes. But, in the end, they all stood tall, united by the bond they had forged. They had seen the darkness within Miles, and yet, they chose to follow him, knowing that together they were a force to be reckoned with. As the familiar hum of Star Labs reverberated through the air, Team Flash gathered in their headquarters, engrossed in their usual routines. However, their tranquility was abruptly shattered when an urgent news report blared from the television screen mounted on the wall. The team turned their attention, their faces a mosaic of surprise and concern, as the anchor delivered the shocking revelation. Breaking news! The IRS has just been hit by an audacious group of criminals, led by none other than the infamous speedster villain known as Miles, the news anchor announced, his voice tinged with a mix of disbelief and trepidation. Barry Allen, the Scarlet Speedster at the heart of Team Flash, felt his heartbeat quicken as his mind raced to process the implications of this unforeseen development. His eyes widened, his face mirroring the astonishment that filled the room. The weight of responsibility settled heavily upon him, and he knew he had to guide his team through this storm. Cisco Ramon, the jovial and tech-savvy member of the team, blinked rapidly, his mouth agape in disbelief. "No way, man! Miles robbed the IRS. Robbing a bank was normal, but the IRS? Only the most mentally insane criminal would do something that crazy. Actually, even the most mentally insane criminal wouldn't take on the IRS. Caitlin Snow, the brilliant and composed scientist, crossed her arms, a mixture of concern and determination etched across her face. He's upping his game. Harrison Wells, the enigmatic and calculating figure, regarded the unfolding news with a thoughtful gaze. He adjusted his glasses, his voice carrying an air of authority as he addressed the team. This is a significant shift in Miles's modus operandi. It seems he is escalating his efforts, challenging our assumptions. We need to anticipate his next move. As the team mulled over the situation, Barry's mind began to race, not just with his superhuman speed, but with a newfound ability that had recently surfaced: speed thinking. He could feel the neurons firing in his brain at a velocity beyond comprehension, granting him a remarkable gift of foresight. In the midst of the chaotic thoughts swirling within him, Barry's inner voice whispered, urging him to tap into this newfound power. His brow furrowed as he focused, attempting to access the vast potential of his speed thinking. Time seemed to slow as a rush of information flooded his mind. In his mind's eye, Barry visualized the patterns, the echoes of their encounters with Miles. Scenes flickered before him, snippets of battles and confrontations, all converging into a tapestry of insight. He saw the intricate web of Miles' schemes, the calculated precision in each move. It's like a puzzle, Barry muttered, his voice tinged with confusion. I can see it now. The way Miles thinks, plans. I can predict his next heist. I think I know what he's planning next, Barry muttered, his voice laced with confusion. Based on our past encounters, his methods, and the targets he's chosen, I can see a pattern. Cisco, the tech genius with a penchant for pop culture references, scratched his head in disbelief. Wait, are you telling me that you can actually predict what this dude is gonna do next? Like some kind of super speed Sherlock? Barry nodded, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Exactly. It's like my mind is working in overdrive, calculating every possible move and outcome. Miles has a method to his madness, and I think I can decipher it. Caitlin, the cool and collected scientist, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. All right, Barry, spill the beans. Barry took a deep breath, his voice gaining confidence as he delved into his insights. Considering his previous heists, Miles is drawn to places of immense financial importance. The IRS was just the beginning. He's targeting symbols of power and control. My calculations, he'll be hiding somewhere no one expects him to go. Somewhere high profile. Harrison Wells, the enigmatic and meticulous mastermind, leaned forward, his voice betraying a touch of formality. Barry, if what you say is true, then we must act swiftly. You need to call Mr. Queen for help. Miles must be captured at all cost. Our city's economy is at stake. As the weight of their impending battle settled upon the team, a palpable determination replaced their initial shock. They knew they had to stand against Miles' reign of chaos and protect their city from his calculated rampage. With a mix of astonishment, determination, and a touch of uncertainty, the members of Team Flash prepared to face their formidable foe once again. They would rely on Barry's newfound ability to peer into the storm of possibilities, hoping it would guide them to victory. Little did they know that their encounter with Miles would challenge their limits, push their relationships to the brink, and ultimately shape the destiny of Central City in ways they could never have imagined. In a dimly lit hideout, suffused with an air of opulence and danger, Miles Wally, known to his crew as Tachyon, stood at the head of a large table. Surrounding him were his formidable allies, Gorilla Grodd, Hartley Rathaway, Leonard Snart, and a select group of trusted associates. The room crackled with palpable tension as they reveled in the success of their recent raid on the IRS. Miles, exuding an aura of confidence, addressed his crew with a casual yet commanding tone. "All right, everyone, gather around. First things first, I want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you. Our hit on the IRS was a resounding success, thanks to your exceptional skills and unwavering loyalty. You all played a crucial role in this, and for that, I'm thankful." As he spoke, excitement radiated through the hideout. The crew members exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of anticipation and satisfaction. Miles, ever the showman, reached into a nearby safe and withdrew stacks of cash. With a mischievous smile, he distributed the appropriate sums to his crew members. Gorilla Grodd received a folder containing meticulously compiled files of his previous tormentors, a gesture that earned a nod of appreciation from the formidable simian. "Now, my friends, it's time for a celebration," Miles continued. "I've made reservations at Applebee. We're going to enjoy a well-deserved feast on me. Consider it a token of my appreciation for your hard work." The room buzzed with excitement as plans for the evening started taking shape. But just as the crew began to relax, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the hideout, shattering the jovial atmosphere. All eyes turned toward the broken window, revealing the unmistakable figure of Green Arrow standing tall amidst the shards. His charming composure momentarily shattered, Miles uttered in disbelief, "My window! You've broken my damn window!" The shock of the intrusion mingled with a hint of annoyance, his casual facade momentarily overshadowed by the reality of the damage caused. Green Arrow, his bow at the ready, gazed back at Tachyon with an unyielding determination. "Save the small talk, Tachyon. Your reign of chaos ends here. Look at this mess!" Miles exclaimed, his tone a mix of exasperation and irritation. "Kim just finished cleaning this place. It took her months to get it all shiny." His crew exchanged glances, their faces a mix of caution and amusement. Some were well acquainted with Miles' volatile nature, his ability to transition from playfulness to rage in the blink of an eye. They knew better than to provoke him further, their loyalty outweighing any desire to joke about the situation. Miles took a deep breath, his anger subsiding into a controlled frustration. He turned back towards the broken window, his eyes narrowing as he mentally estimated the cost of repairs. "I'd say at least a few $1,000. Maybe even more. And let's not forget the inconvenience of it all," he muttered, his words tinged with a hint of resentment. Unable to hold back some of his annoyance, he turns to his henchman. "Excuse me, can someone call Timmy to fix this?" "Yeah, thanks." His attention shifted back to Green Arrow, his face contorted into a wicked smirk. Well. Look who decided to make an entrance," Miles remarked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Couldn't resist the urge to break something, huh? I suppose subtlety isn't your strong suit, Arrow." Green Arrow, his voice filled with conviction, stared at Miles. "Tachyon, you have failed this city." Miles, unable to contain his mounting anger, snapped. "Failed? Failed? You're the one who failed to use the damn door." In a burst of uncontrolled rage, he released a surge of lightning, striking Green Arrow with electrifying force. Oliver Queen crumpled to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Is it just me, or is it a trend for superheroes to smash windows and for villains to use the front door? The Kingpin ranted. "I'm never gonna recover financially from this." Miles panted as rage continued to boil over his blood, and the interloper started to take deep breaths to control his anger while repeating a mantra calm, as if it was a lifeline. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to approach their leader in this state of unchecked anger. Miles' obsession with the broken window seemed disproportionate, but they knew better than to question him in moments like these. Eventually, Miles gathered himself, his rage simmering beneath the surface. With a determined stride, he motioned for his crew to follow him towards the garage, the broken window temporarily forgotten. Little did they know that their path would be intercepted by an unexpected force. The sound of lightning crackling through the air heralded the arrival of the Flash, the speedster hero who had encountered Miles on numerous occasions. A mix of surprise and disbelief washed over Miles' face as he took in the audacity of the Flash's intrusion. But any semblance of calm shattered like the shards of glass from his broken window when the Scarlet Speedster, in a moment of reckless abandon, smashed through the window of Miles' prized Bugatti. The culmination of frustration, rage, and an irrational attachment to material possessions fueled Miles' blind rage. With a primal scream, Miles launched himself at the Flash, his fists a blur of unbridled fury. The clash of speed and power reverberated through the hideout, the air crackling with raw energy as Miles unleashed his pent-up rage upon his crimson-clad adversary. At that moment, the hideout transformed into an arena of chaos and vengeance, where the collision of two forces unleashed a storm that would forever alter the course of their destinies. The clash between Miles Wally and Barry Allen shattered the boundaries of perception and reality. Their bodies blurred, mere streaks of motion that defied comprehension with blinding speed. Miles, fueled by an otherworldly velocity that surpassed even the swiftest actions of the Scarlet Speedster, reveled in the sheer power at his disposal. Every punch, every kick was delivered with a ferocity that defied comprehension. His movements were a symphony of brutality and grace, a deadly dance that left a trail of destruction in its wake. As the fight escalated, Miles' psychotic side emerged like a shadowy specter. A sadistic grin etched itself across his face, his eyes burning with a mad fervor. He taunted and jeered at Barry, his words laced with a twisted delight in the chaos they created. "Is this the best you've got, Flash? I expected more." Miles sneered, his voice dripping with malicious glee. "I was expecting more." But beneath the veneer of sadism, there were raw emotions coursing through both fighters. Barry's determination was unyielding, his every move driven by a relentless desire to bring Miles down. Anger, frustration, and a lingering sense of guilt fueled his actions, propelling him to match Miles' every strike. However, despite Barry's best efforts even with his speed thinking, Miles emerged victorious by a landslide. His speed was an unstoppable force, an avalanche of velocity that overwhelmed the Flash at every turn. The battleground shifted, as Miles dragged Barry out of his hideout and into a graveyard, the somber silence of the tombstones serving as an eerie backdrop to their clash. "Slow and dumb," Miles sneered, his voice dripping with malicious glee. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice you using a speed thinking a Flash? News flash, I can do that too." Miles' footsteps echoed with a haunting finality as he dragged Barry towards Nora Allen's grave. With the use of his telekinesis, Miles unearthed Nora's casket before opening the lid. A sinister grin played upon his lips as he engaged in a macabre conversation with the lifeless form before him. "Oh, Nora, I think this belonged to you." Miles spoke, his voice a chilling whisper that reverberated through the stillness. Barry, his body battered and bruised, stared at Miles with a mix of defiance and desperation. Despite the grave circumstances, a fire burned in his eyes, a testament to his unwavering spirit. "You won't get away with this, Miles." "I'll stop you," Barry vowed, his voice trembling with determination. Miles' laughter filled the air, a twisted symphony of derision and triumph. He gestured towards the open grave, his voice laden with dark satisfaction. "Right, that would have been so terrifying if it weren't for the fact I just beat you. Tell me what bothers you more? That I'm faster than you, or is it because you miss the old Miles?" Miles taunted, his words laced with an unsettling delight. "Perhaps in death, you'll finally learn not to smash my car." Miles tosses Barry inside the casket before returning it to the hole and buried it. "If you can still hear me, tell your mom I said hi." With his deed done, Miles left the grave, his mind still lingering over his car and windows, muttering, "I'm never gonna recover financially from this." Miles Wally, known to the world as Tachyon, stood in the heart of his hidden lair, surrounded by holographic screens projecting a flickering checklist. Each entry represented a potential recruit, a formidable supervillain from the DC universe. With a mischievous grin tugging at his lips, Miles activated the holographic interface, his blue eyes twinkling with anticipation. "All right, folks, let's see who's on the menu today," he exclaimed, his voice laced with an informal tone that reflected his playful nature. The checklist materialized before him, and Miles dove into his analysis, a dance of intrigue and amusement. His expressive face revealed a rollercoaster of emotions as his gaze roamed the holographic names. His brow furrowed as he read the first entry, Poison Ivy. "Nah, too green for my taste," he muttered, a playful wink accompanying his remark. While he admired Ivy's botanical prowess, her plant obsession failed to ignite his perverse desires. Moving on, he encountered Harley Quinn, her image radiating an intoxicating combination of beauty and madness. Miles's eyes widened, his pulse quickening. "Now there's a real Spitfire," he mused, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. His mind wandered into deviant fantasy, only to be jolted back to reality as he reminded himself of the task. "But nah, I don't need that level of chaos right now. Maybe next time, Harley." The holographic checklist continued, showcasing a parade of villains and villainesses, each with unique attributes and quirks. Miles's reactions were as vivid as his thoughts. His fingers drummed against his chin as he considered Circe, the sorceress with a seductive aura. Tempting, but magic and I don't mix well." His eye shifted to the next villainess, the enchanting enchantress herself. Enchantress, Miles's expression twisted with intrigue and caution. Powerful, but a little too unpredictable for my taste. I prefer my chaos with a hint of control." His eyes widened with surprise at the sight of Cheetah. "Whoa, look at those curves. But alas, the whole cat thing doesn't do it for me." "Sorry, sweetheart. Nothing personal, just can't have you scratching my boys." Miles's disappointment was tinged with a hint of longing, quickly masked by his charismatic grin. "Next, we have Poison Ivy. Now, she's got quite the green thumb, but I think she'd prefer plants over people. Pass." He swiped her image aside, his fingers dancing through the holographic interface. Miles couldn't help but appreciate Ivy's natural allure, a flicker of desire igniting within him for a moment. Moving on, he came across Catwoman's profile, and his eyes widened with perverse fascination. "Oh, Selina, you naughty little kitty. Your agility is impressive, but your heart always belongs to the bat. Perhaps another time, my feline friend," he purred, a mischievous glint in his blue eyes. Miles revealed in his audacity his desires, both perverted and unapologetic. As he proceeded through the list, his reactions ranged from respect to annoyance. Lex Luthor elicited a nod of approval. "Now there's a mind worth tapping into," he remarked, recognizing Luthor's genius intellect. On the other hand, the mention of the Riddler had him rolling his eyes. "Seriously, guy? Leave the riddles to the professionals." Miles scanned the images with a mix of amusement and annoyance. His gaze fell upon the trickster, and he chuckled heartily. "Ah, the trickster! Always good for a laugh, but perhaps too much even for me. We'll save the pranks for another day." As the name Killer Frost materialized before him, Miles raised an eyebrow, a gleam of admiration shining in his eyes. "Ah, Killer Frost, you're a chilling beauty. I can respect that icy demeanor, but let's save the frostbite for my enemies, shall we? Amid his playful perusal, Miles's henchman, diligently at work repairing a broken window nearby, couldn't help but overhear his remarks. They exchanged amused glances, their loyalty to their charismatic leader evident in their eyes. "Boss, you sure know how to pick 'em," one of them chuckled, a playful tone infusing his words. "You got a taste for danger and a sharp eye for the ladies." Miles shot his henchman a wink, a playful smirk curling his lips. "Well, boys, what can I say? I'm an expert in both villainy and appreciation." The banter continued, laughter echoing through the hideous as Miles engaged with his henchman, fostering an atmosphere of camaraderie and mischief. Amidst the chaos and dark ambitions, he proved to be a good villain boss, treating his henchmen not as disposable pawns but as valued comrades. With the checklist momentarily forgotten, Miles relished in the light-hearted reprieve, his charismatic personality shining through. His henchmen were more than mere minions, they were his confidants, his criminal partners, and a bond of trust and twisted kinship was forged in their interactions. And as the broken window was fixed, symbolic of the fractured boundaries between good and evil, Miles's eyes returned to the holographic checklist, his mind buzzing with possibilities. The hunt for recruits continued, promising more encounters, desires, and twisted adventures. "Come on, boys, break time," Miles declared, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He tossed a handful of pizza into the air, causing his henchmen to scramble and catch them, their laughter filling the air. At that moment, Miles embodied the role of a crime boss who knew how to balance authority and funny, their loyalty rewarded with fleeting moments of respite. Inside Hartley Rathaway's high-tech laboratory, a symphony of beeping machines and buzzing energy filled the air. The brilliant Pied Piper was engrossed in his work, tinkering with an intricate device to enhance Grodd's telepathic abilities. Sweat trickled down Hartley's forehead as he focused on the delicate wiring, his concentration unyielding. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Miles Wally, the speedster villain himself, holding a steaming pizza box in one hand. He strolled in, a devilish grin spreading across his face. "Hey, Hartley, mind if I interrupt your brainy session? Got something to satisfy those villainous taste buds?" Hartley accepted the box, a reluctant smile forming. "You know, for a villain, you're terrible at being terrible." Miles feigned offense, placing a hand over his heart. "Hey now, I prefer to think of it as selective villainy. Besides, if our partnership is to thrive, we need the best devices, the sharpest minds, and the tastiest pizza." Hartley playfully scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Considerate villains, the true scourge of the underworld. "What's next, Miles? Are you going to offer a helping hand to the Flash when he trips?" Miles chuckled again, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Well, don't let my reputation crumble, Hartley. It's bad for business. But let's just say, when it comes to our performance, I want us to be at the top of our game." Hartley laughed, setting the box of pizza aside. "Touché, Miles. I suppose even villains need their priorities straight," Hartley replied, his tone laced with amusement. "But honestly, sometimes I wonder if you're more interested in our success than your own villainous schemes." Miles smirked, leaning against a nearby console. "Well, Hartley, you've caught me. I might have a soft spot for my partners in crime. After all, a well-oiled machine is only as good as its components. And I want our team to be at the top of their game." Hartley arched an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "So, what you're saying is, you're considerate because you want us to succeed." "How delightfully villainous of you." Miles chuckled, the sound echoing through the lab. "You've got me there, Hartley. But let's not forget, villains can still have a sense of ambition. It's just that mine is accompanied by a sprinkle of camaraderie. It's more fun that way, don't you think? Hartley sighed, a mock look of exasperation on his face. You know, Miles, sometimes I feel like you're the only villain who'd show up to a supervillain convention with a basket of muffins for everyone and probably something that involves blackmail. Miles grinned, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. Oh, don't tempt me, Hartley. I just might do it someday. Hartley suddenly released an exasperated Latin complaint as they bantered, his frustration evident. Ua, amabo tea, Miles, Ua, please, Miles. This machine is giving me a headache. To Hartley's surprise, Miles smirked and responded in fluent Latin, his fluency unexpected yet impressive. Fortus opera non facile est, said iterum, Hartley, perfectionum desidero. Perhaps the work is not easy, but again, Hartley, I desire perfection. Have some faith in your genius. Hartley's eyes widened, surprise and amusement dancing within them. Well, I'll be damned, Miles. The speedster speaks Latin too. Is there anything you can't do? Miles shrugged nonchalantly, his grin widening. The list keeps getting shorter, my friend. But hey, let's focus on making this device a masterpiece. And once we do, we'll give those heroes a ride they won't soon forget. The outskirts of Central City stretched before Miles Wally, a solitary figure walking down the road with purpose. The echoes of his footsteps harmonized with his melodic voice as he sang the haunting lyrics of Human by Rag & Bone Man, the words carrying through the stillness of the evening. His eye scanned the deserted street, ensuring no prying eyes witnessed his next move. Satisfied, he grinned, adrenaline coursing through his veins. With a burst of speed that defied mortal limits, he vanished from the mundane world, a blur of motion propelling him into the unknown. Entering the primal force was an experience entirely distinct from the embrace of the speed force. As Miles hurtled through the dimensional barrier, reality quivered as if the fabric of existence momentarily trembled beneath his presence. The air crackled with raw energy, charged with a primal aura that transcended comprehension. The portal to the primal force shimmered before him, a gateway to cosmic forces unknown, its majestic hues dancing with ethereal intensity. Miles's heart quickened, anticipation mingling with trepidation. This was his domain, a power intimately connected to his very essence. And yet, each encounter with the primal force evoked a kaleidoscope of emotions within him. As he stepped into the swirling storm of raw energy, the atmosphere shifted, enveloping him in a whirlwind of sensations. The primal air was thick with ancient power, whispering secrets from forgotten eons. Miles felt the weight of his past lives, the echoes of countless souls who had danced within this cosmic realm. Time and space wove together within the primal force in a tapestry of unrestrained potential. Realities intertwined, shimmering threads intertwining before his eyes. The laws of nature bent to his will, granting him access to force transcending comprehension boundaries. Miles's emotions surged, a storm within his being. Or mingled with arrogance as he revealed his newfound dominion over this alien force. Elation swirled with a sense of responsibility, knowing that the primal force demanded his utmost respect and understanding. He was an avatar, a conduit for the cosmic powers that lay within, and with that role came great weight and consequence. Reality itself trembled, if only for an instant, as Miles passed through the portal, leaving a fleeting mark on the world he left behind. A distortion of light and energy rippled through the air, a testament to the profound impact of his passage. For a brief moment, the laws of physics wavered, dancing on the precipice of chaos before returning to their familiar state. And in the wake of his transcendence, Miles found himself within the primal force, surrounded by the essence of creation and destruction. Miles's eyes widened within the ethereal depths of the primal fork as he spotted a figure amidst the swirling cosmic energies. White, a demon of immense power and mischief, conversed with a human-like entity. Curiosity piqued, Miles couldn't resist the opportunity for some light-hearted banter. "Hey, White! Long time no see," Miles called out in a friendly tone, his voice carrying through the pulsating energies of the primal force. "Who's your friend?" White's eyes widened in panic, and with frantic gestures, he signaled for Miles to run. Confusion knitted Miles's brow, but he instinctively trusted his demonic ally. Before he could comprehend the situation, a towering humanoid, seething with anger, materialized before him, wielding a colossal blade that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. "What's the matter, White? You seem a bit jumpy." Before White could answer, a towering humanoid figure emerged from the cosmic mists, its imposing presence sending shivers down Miles's spine. The creature glared at Miles with fiery eyes, a grimace etched upon its face. It raised a massive weapon, ready to strike. Miles's reflexes kicked in, his instincts honed by countless battles. He dodged with a hair's breadth, the weapon whistling through the air, narrowly missing him. Shock and terror gripped him as the humanoid unleashed a torrent of rage upon him. "What in the multiverse name do you think you're doing here, you inconsiderate brat? Coming here after the fiasco you caused last time," the humanoid roared, its voice thundering through the primal force. Miles stumbled backward, his heart pounding in his chest. Wait! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. I didn't even know who you are. Please, we can just talk about this." The humanoid scoffed, its voice dripping with venom. "We have nothing to talk about, why, piece of shit. Prepare to be obliterated in 10,000 different ways. Or prepare to get screwed, as you humans call it." Miles's eyes widened, his mouth agape with disbelief. But White's voice pierced through the chaos before he could speak. "Run, Miles. Run from the big man. He won't stop until he tears you limb from limb." Miles wasted no time, his instincts taking over as he sprinted away from the enraged humanoid. The cosmic landscape blurred around him as he dashed through the primal energies, his fear fueling his speed. The pursuing figure's blood-curdling screams and war cries echoed in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. Apologies spilled from Miles's lips, mingling with confusion and genuine terror. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I don't even know what I did. I'll never do it again, I promise. Just let me go." But the enraged figure paid no heed to Miles's pleas, fueled by a righteous fury that seemed boundless. Miles's panic escalates with each passing moment, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. In a desperate bid for survival, Miles pushed himself to his limits, the sheer adrenaline of the chase lending him newfound speed. He dodged through the swirling energies of the primal force, praying that he could outpace his pursuer. And as he fled, Miles couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity. Here he was, a speedster villain, being chased through a cosmic realm by a vengeful humanoid, all because of a harmless attempt. A comedic twist of fate left him both baffled and terrified. How had a friendly greeting turned into this nightmare? And who was this human figure, embodying the primal forces with such vengeance? It was then that a realization dawned on Miles. White always referred to the primal force as the big man. And so, Miles raced through the twisting corridors of the primal force, his heart pounding, his breath ragged. He couldn't help but think that this encounter had worsened. But deep down, amidst the confusion and terror, there was a tiny spark of amusement. After all, who else could claim to have angered the very embodiment of cosmic power? Miles felt a sharp pain in his back as he was punched again by the primal force. He groaned and tried to ignore the angry voice in his head. "Stop hitting me," he shouted. "It's not my fault you got sealed inside me." The primal force ignored him and continued to vent his frustration on his avatar. Miles sighed and looked at White, his demon friend who had just appeared next to him. White was a creature of the primal force, a demon that Miles had met when he was trapped by the speed force inside his own mind. He had helped Miles escape and become a speedster, and since then they had been allies and friends. White frowned and put his hand on Miles' shoulder. "Miles, what are you doing here? You know you're not supposed to enter the primal force's domain without permission." Miles rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on, White. You know I don't need permission. I'm the avatar of the primal force. I can do whatever I want." White shook his head. "No, you can't, dumbass. You're still bound by the rules of the primal force. And one of those rules is to respect its will and its space. You can't just barge in here and do whatever you want." Miles shrugged. "Well, I already did. I needed some materials for my new armor." "The God Killer?" White raised an eyebrow. "God Killer? That sounds ambitious." Miles grinned and pointed at a pile of metal plates that he had collected from the primal force's domain. "It is ambitious. And awesome. And necessary." White tilted his head. "But why do you need more power? You already have the primal force. Isn't that enough? You are a god among men." Miles shook his head. "No, it's not enough. There are 3 reasons why I need this armor. 1. It will protect me from the side effects of using the primal force at full power. You know how it could burn my body and mind if I overdo it. Better safe than sorry." White nodded. He had seen the backlash of the primal force before, and it wasn't a pretty sight. 2. It will make me look awesome. I mean, look at this design. Miles showed White a sketch of his armor on his phone. It was a sleek and futuristic suit that covered his whole body, with glowing lines and symbols that represented the primal force and its aspects. The primal force scoffed. "You look like a cat wearing a thong and trash bin and condom all at once." White whistled. "That does look cool." "Right," Miles said. "And 3, I hate tights." White blinked. "You hate tights?" Miles nodded. "Yes, I hate tights. They're uncomfortable. Like every time I run, it feels like I'm touching myself in public." White chuckled. Miles smiled and turned back to his work. He ignored another punch from the primal force and started to assemble his armor. White sighed and looked at the primal force with a sympathetic expression. "Please forgive him, my lord," he said respectfully. "He doesn't mean to offend you or disrespect you. He's just impatient and impulsive." The primal force snorted and glared at Miles. "I know," it said in a booming voice that echoed in Miles' head. "He's my avatar after all." White nodded. "Yes, he does. But he also has some good qualities that you don't see often in humans." The primal force grunted and looked away. "Like what?" it asked. White smiled and gestured at Miles. "Like his courage, his creativity, his loyalty, his humor." The primal force interrupted him. "His arrogance, his recklessness, his madness, his cruelty, psychotic, and let's forget obsessive." White shrugged. "Those 2, he admitted." The primal force sighed and shook its head. "He's a paradox," it said. "He is indeed." White agreed. Miles looked up from his work and smiled at them. "Hey, are you 2 done talking about me?" he asked. The primal force and White looked at him and smiled back. "Yes," they said in unison. Miles chuckled and resumed his work. He was almost done. He couldn't wait to show it to Barry Allen. And then beat him to an inch of his life. Then drag him to the day of his mother's teenage years and screw her senseless and get her pregnant. Should he do it 1 or 10 times? That window cost a whopping $62,000. His mind decided he was going to for 12 bundles of joy. He'd have to also send those kids to private school too. Hey, his psychopathic villain, not a deadbeat madman. Just because he wants Barry to suffer doesn't he's gonna treat Nora Allen and his kids like trash. He's a professional and professionals have standards. He also had an idea to make a gun that shoots lasers. The lasers are harmless and just cause an itch every 5 seconds that moves somewhere else when it's going to get scratched. An image of pregnant Caitlin appeared and Miles giggled. Oh, he's gonna get her one day, but he'll take it nice and slow. Both White and the Primal Force just shook heads. They knew about Miles's obsession with Caitlin Snow, and why he is obsessed with it. After Caitlin's personality resembled Miles' first crush on his psychiatrist. The woman who managed to make Miles aim his psychopathic urges to murder people undeserving of life by accident and made him embrace his true nature. Miles stepped out of the portal and into Central City. He felt a surge of power and excitement as he looked at his reflection in a nearby building. He was wearing his new armor. The God Killer. It was a masterpiece of technology and magic, forged by the Primal Force and his own genius. It was a bulky and large suit that covered his whole body, but it didn't hinder his mobility or speed. It was a cross between Savitar's armor and Venom, with sharp edges and tendrils that moved according to his will. It was the inverted palette of his costume, with black as the dominant color and white as the accent. It had glowing lines and symbols that represented the Primal Force and its aspects. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was perfect. Miles smiled and flexed his muscles. He felt the armor respond to his every movement, like a second skin. He felt the Primal Force flow through him, enhancing his abilities and senses. He felt unstoppable. He decided to test his armor. He ran. He ran faster than he ever had before. He ran across the city, leaving behind a trail of black and white lightning. He ran across the country, breaking the sound barrier and causing sonic booms. He ran across the ocean, creating waves and tsunamis. He ran across the world, leaving nothing but chaos and destruction in his wake. He ran so fast that everything seemed to have stopped. He laughed. He loved it. He stopped in front of the Eiffel Tower and admired his work. He had circled the globe in less than a second and caused more damage than any natural disaster combined. Oops. He was satisfied. For now. He heard a familiar voice in his ear. Gideon here, it said. How do you like your new armor? Miles grinned. Gideon was an artificial intelligence that his future self sent by tricking Ebard Thorne into bringing a copy of it to the past. Gideon was loyal to him and helped him with his plans. I love it, Miles said. It's everything I hoped for and more. Gideon sounded pleased. I'm glad to hear that. Do you want me to run a scan on your armor? Miles nodded. Sure, why not? Let's see how it's holding up. Gideon complied. Running scan now. Miles waited as Gideon checked every aspect of his armor. Mobility, optimal, Gideon reported. Power, optimal. Weaponry, optimal. Systems, optimal. Miles smiled. So everything is optimal. Gideon confirmed. Yes, everything is optimal. Miles chuckled. That's what I like to hear. He looked at the sky and stood in silence. He was bored. He spoke to Gideon. Let's have some fun, he said. Gideon acknowledged. As you wish. Miles ran towards the nearest city. He was going to cause some trouble. Miles ran towards Central City grinning. He was going to cause some trouble. Barry walked into the cortex of Star Labs and saw Cisco waiting for him with a smile on his face. Hey, Barry, I have something to show you, Cisco said. Barry raised an eyebrow. What is it? Cisco gestured at a mannequin that was wearing a red suit. Your new suit. Barry blinked. He walked over to the dummy and examined the suit. It looked different from his old one. It was more armored and had lenses on the mask. Cisco, what did you do to my suit? Barry asked. Cisco grinned. I upgraded it. Barry smiled. That's nice, but why did you change my suit? What was wrong with the old one? Cisco shrugged. Nothing was wrong with it. But I thought it could use some improvements. Especially after Miles. Barry frowned. He remembered Miles, the speedster who had stolen from them and helped them several times. Miles had been taunting Cisco whenever he arrived to stop him. Always telling Cisco to upgrade the suit, always telling him to get faster so that he can catch up. What does Miles have to do with my suit? Barry asked. Cisco sighed. Well, you know how he said he was your enemy's best friend. Barry nodded. Well, I thought maybe he was trying to tell us something. Maybe he was trying to warn us about his evil self. Maybe he was trying to help us stop him. Barry looked confused. How does that relate to my suit? Cisco explained. Well, remember how many times Miles kept reminding me to upgrade your suit? So I thought maybe this was it. This is why he kept taunting me about how lame the suit is. Barry nodded slowly. He could see Cisco's logic. So you made my suit more resistant and powerful? Barry asked. Cisco nodded eagerly. Exactly. I added some features that will make you faster, stronger, and safer. Let me show you. Cisco grabbed a tablet and started to show Barry the details of his new suit. First of all, I added some armor plates that are made of a special alloy. It's lightweight but durable, and it can withstand high temperatures and impacts. Barry was impressed. Wow, that sounds amazing. It is, Cisco said. But wait, there's more. I also added some lenses to your mask that can filter out any harmful light or radiation. They can also enhance your vision and display some useful information, like your speed, your vitals, or your location. Then I installed some gadgets to your suit that can help you in combat or in emergencies. For example, I added some flash grenades that can blind or stun your enemies, some smoke bombs that can create a diversion or cover your escape, some electric darts that can shock or paralyze your enemies, and some explosive batarangs that can blow up anything in your way. Barry laughed. Batarangs? Really? Cisco shrugged. Hey, they work for Batman. Barry shook his head in amusement. Anything else? He asked. Cisco nodded. One more thing. I added a special feature. Barry raised an eyebrow. What's that? He asked. Cisco smiled mysteriously. It's a surprise, he said. He tapped his tablet and the suit glowed with a bright white light. Barry gasped. He felt a surge of power and speed. He felt unstoppable. He looked at Cisco in awe. Cisco, he said. This is awesome. Meanwhile, Harrison Wells at Ebard Thorne was watching from the sidelines with a frown on his face. He didn't like this. He didn't like this at all. He had planned everything carefully. He had manipulated Barry into becoming the Flash. He had trained him and guided him. He had made him faster and stronger. He had done it all for one reason: to use him. To use him to return to his own time. To use him to restore his own speed. But now, Miles Wally had interfered with his plan. He destroyed his future and now he's stuck here. Eobard clenched his fists. He couldn't allow this. He has to kill Miles if he wants to go home. He looked at his own suit. It was hidden in a secret chamber in a large tube. It was a yellow suit with a red lightning bolt on the chest. It was his Reverse Flash suit. It was his identity. If everyone is gearing up for war, then so will he. He would make it faster and stronger. He decided to make it more powerful than Barry's or Miles. He decided to make it unstoppable. No one will stop him from going home. No one. The chapter starts with Team Flash in Star Labs, working on the upgrades on Barry's suit. Cisco is showing Barry some new features that he added, such as a heat-resistant lining, a GPS tracker, and a minicamera. "Okay, Barry, I think I've got something that might help you out," Cisco said, holding up a small device. This is a microturbine generator. It converts electricity to kinetic energy, which can power up your suit systems and give you a boost. A boost? How much of a boost? Barry asked, curious. Well, depending on how fast you run, it can increase your speed by up to 10 to 40%, Cisco explained. Plus, it can also activate some cool gadgets I made for you. Aside from the ones I already made. Like what? Barry wondered. Like this button here, Cisco pointed. It activates a heat-resistant lining that protects you from extreme temperatures. Like, say, if Miles decides to blast you with his lightning or fire. That sounds useful, Barry nodded. And this one here, Cisco continued. It turns on a minicamera that records everything you see and hear. So we can analyze your fights and learn from your mistakes. That sounds invasive, Barry frowned. Trust me, Barry. It's for your good. Besides, it's not like we're going to watch you when you're not fighting Miles, Cisco assured him. Though I should probably make sure he doesn't get those videos, he might post it on YouTube. Barry said skeptically. Come on, Barry. Don't be shy. Let me see you try on the suit, Cisco urged him. Fine. But only because you worked so hard on it, Barry conceded. He took off his clothes and put on the suit. He admired himself in the mirror. Wow. It does look pretty cool, Barry said. Right? And it feels even better. Go ahead, run around a bit. See how it fits, Cisco encouraged him. Barry nodded and ran around the lab at super speed. He stopped and smiled at Cisco. It feels great, Cisco. It's light, comfortable, and flexible, Barry said. Awesome. I'm glad you like it, Cisco said. Thank you, Cisco. You're the best friend a guy could ask for, Barry said. Or, shucks. You're welcome, Barry, Cisco said. Suddenly, Barry's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Joe. Oh, it's Joe. I wonder what he wants, Barry said. He answered the phone and put it on speaker mode. Hey, Joe. Barry greeted him. Barry, turn on the TV right now. You need to see this, Joe said urgently. What is it? Barry asked. Just do it, Barry. Trust me, Joe said. Okay. Barry said hesitantly. He turned on the TV and switched to the news channel. He saw a reporter standing outside Rathaway Industries, a large company that specializes in sound technology. "We are live at Rathaway Industries, where a man calling himself the Pied Piper has just attacked the building with sonic blasts from his gloves. The man claims to be Hartley Rathaway, the son of the company's founder and CEO Osgood Rathaway, who was disowned by his father after coming out as gay 2 years ago," the reporter said. The camera panned to show Hartley standing on top of a car in front of the building. He was wearing a black leather jacket, jeans, boots, sunglasses, and gloves that had metal devices attached to them. He was holding a microphone in his hand and speaking to the crowd of people and police officers who were surrounding him. "Hello there, Central City. I hope you're enjoying the show." "I know I am," Hartley said with a manic laugh. He fired another sonic blast at the building, causing more windows to shatter and debris to fall. "Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just having some fun with my old man. He deserves it for what he did to me. For what he did to all of us," Hartley said angrily. He pointed at a picture of Harrison Wells. "You see him? You see that man? The so-called genius who runs Star Labs. The man who claims to be a hero and a benefactor to this city. But he's not. He's a liar and a fraud. And I know something about him that you don't," Hartley said with a wicked smile. He paused and looked directly at the camera and spoke in a loud and clear voice. "Do you want to know what it is? Do you want to know his dirty little secret?" Hartley asked. The crowd gasped and murmured in anticipation and curiosity. Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin, who was watching the news from the lab, were also intrigued by Hartley's words. "What is he talking about?" Barry wondered. "I don't know, Barry. But I have a bad feeling about this," Cisco said. "Me too," Caitlin said. Hartley smirked and leaned closer to the microphone. "His secret is," Hartley said, drawing out the suspense. He suddenly stopped and laughed. "Sorry, folks. You'll have to wait for that. I'm not here to spill the beans. I'm here to challenge the Flash. Come on, Flash. Where are you? Don't you want to stop me? Don't you want to save these people? Don't you want to hear what I have to say?" Hartley taunted. He fired another sonic blast at the building, causing more damage and panic. "Come on, Flash. Show yourself. Or are you too scared to face me?" Hartley continued. Barry clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was angry and confused by Hartley's words and actions. "I'm going," Barry said. "Barry, wait," Cisco said. "What?" Barry asked. "Be careful, okay? This guy is dangerous," Cisco said. "I know, Cisco. But I have to stop him. He's hurting people," Barry said. "I get it, Barry. But don't let him get under your skin. He's trying to provoke you. To make you lose control," Cisco said. "I won't, Cisco. I promise," Barry said. He looked at Caitlin and gave her a reassuring smile. "I'll be back soon," Barry said. "Be safe, Barry," Caitlin said. Barry nodded and ran out of the lab at super speed, heading towards Rathaway Industries. Hartley was waiting for the Flash to arrive. Standing on top of the car, holding the microphone and the sonic gloves. He looks bored and impatient. Tachyon was invisible, but his sharp hearing kept him aware his boss was watching behind a crowd. "Come on, Flash. Where are you? Don't keep me waiting. I have a surprise for you," Hartley said. He smiled wickedly and thought back to a few hours ago when he was talking to Miles in his secret hideout. They were busy tinkering with their tools until Hartley couldn't hold it anymore and turned to his boss. "How do you know all this? How do you know who Wells really is?" Hartley asked. "Pardon?" Miles looked back toward him. "You said Eobard erased the future and changed the timeline. So it doesn't make any sense on how you still remember who he is or anything. Let's just say I have my sources. And they're very reliable," Miles said. "And what are you planning to do with this information? Are you going to expose him? Kill him? Blackmail him?" Hartley asked. "No, no, and no. Thorn would worm his way out of that. Trust me, that man is like a roach. Besides, I have something much more interesting in mind," Miles said. "What is it?" Hartley asked. "Well, first of all, let me ask you this. What would you have done if we hadn't met and I hadn't recruited you?" Miles asked. "What do you mean?" Hartley asked. "I mean, what was your original plan? Before I came along and offered you a better deal?" Miles asked. "Oh, that. Well, I was going to attack Rathaway Industries and destroy everything my father had built. Then I was going to confront Wells and expose him as a fraud and a murderer. And then I was going to challenge the Flash and prove that I'm better than him," Hartley said. Not bad. Not bad at all. You have a good sense of revenge. And you have a lot of ambition and confidence," Miles said. "Thank you," Hartley said. "But there's one problem with your plan," Miles said. "What is it?" Hartley asked. "It gonna suck for you," Miles tossed a screw. "What do you mean?" Hartley asked. "I mean, think about it. If you attack Rathaway Industries, you'll just make your father hate you more. If you expose Eobard, you'll just make him more desperate and dangerous. And you don't want that. And if you challenge the Flash, you'll just make him more determined and heroic," Miles said. "So?" Hartley asked. "So, you'll just be playing into their hands. You'll be giving them what they want. You'll be making them stronger," Miles said. "Then what should I do?" Hartley asked. "You should do something unexpected. Something creative. Something that will make them suffer more than they ever imagined," Miles said. "Like what?" Hartley asked. "Like this. Instead of exposing Wells, why don't you sabotage his projects and ruin his reputation?" Miles suggested. "That sounds intriguing," Hartley said. "Continue. And instead of just challenging the Flash, why not plant a seed of doubts?" Miles suggested. "I told you before, Eobard needs the Flash now more than ever. So why don't you take away his chance of ever going back to the future? He stole yours, right? Why not steal his?" "That sounds delicious," Hartley said. "See? That's how you do it. That's how you make them suffer," Miles excitedly said. "You're right. You're absolutely right. That's brilliant," Hartley said. "But how do I do it?" Hartley asked. "You're Hartley Rathaway. You were meant to be villain, it'll come to you, if not. I'll help you with that. I have some ideas that will make your plan even better," Miles said. "Really? Like what?" Hartley asked. Miles smiled and leaned closer to Hartley's ear. He whispered something that made Hartley's eyes widen in shock and excitement. Hartley hears the sound of thunder in the distance. He looks up and sees a red streak approaching him at high speed. "Ah, there he is. The Flash has arrived," Hartley said. He grinned and raised his gloves. "Let the fun begin," Hartley said as Flash stops at the front. "Stop this, Hartley. You don't have to do this. Just surrender and we can talk," the Flash said. Hartley laughed and shook his head. "Talk? What's there to talk about, Flash? You don't know anything about me. You don't know anything about Wells. You don't know anything about the truth," Hartley growled. "What are you talking about, Hartley?" "What truth?" the Flash asked. Hartley smirked and pointed at his ear. "Oh, I see. You're wearing an earpiece. You're talking to your friends at Star Labs, aren't you?" "Hello, Cisco, Caitlin." "Harrison Wells," Hartley said. At Star Labs, Cisco, Caitlin, and Harrison were watching the news and listening to the conversation. They were shocked and confused by Hartley's words. "What the dash?" Cisco asked. "How does he know we're here?" Caitlin asked. Harrison was silent, but his face showed worry and fear. He had a bad feeling about Hartley's intentions. He wondered what he was up to. Hartley smiled and looked at the cameraman. "It's been a while since we talked, boss," Hartley said. "Hartley, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did to you. I'm sorry for how I treated you," Harrison said through the earpiece. Hartley scoffed and shook his head. "Sorry? Sorry doesn't cut it, Harrison. Sorry doesn't change anything. Sorry doesn't erase the pain you caused me. The pain you caused everyone," Hartley said. "Sorry won't change what you stole from me." "What are you talking about?" Harrison asked. Hartley chuckled and shook his head. "Come on, Harrison. Don't play dumb with me. You know what I'm talking about. You know what you did." "I know who you really are," Hartley said. He paused and gave Harrison a meaningful look. "Or should I say, who you really are?" Hartley said. Harrison felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that Hartley was hinting at his secret. He knew that he was the Reverse Flash. That was impossible unless... "Miles? What do you mean by that? What are you trying to say?" Harrison asked nervously. Hartley smiled and winked at him. "Oh, nothing much. Just a little something I learned from a very reliable source," Hartley said. He looked at the camera and spoke in a loud and clear voice. "A source who knows a lot more than you think he does," Hartley said. "The king of Central City, Tachyon. Your worst day and hubris." The crowd gasped and murmured in confusion and curiosity. "Miles? Damn it, Cisco, can you check if Miles is around?" Barry asked through the earpiece. "I don't know where he is, Barry. But I have a bad feeling about this," Cisco said. "Anything that's related to Miles is always bad." "Barry, you need to be careful," Caitlin said. "If Hartley is working with Miles, then Miles is around that area." Hartley grinned and looked at Barry. "But enough about Wells. Let's talk about you, Flash. Let's talk about why I'm here," Hartley said. He raised his gloves and fired a sonic blast at Barry, who dodged it quickly. "I'm here to prove that I'm better than you in every way," Hartley said. He fired another sonic blast at Barry, who ran around it easily. "I'm here to make you suffer, Flash. To make you regret ever becoming a hero," Hartley said. He fired another sonic blast at Barry, who ran towards him and dodged it at the last second. "Why are you doing this, Hartley? Why are you working with Miles? He's a monster. He's a killer," Barry said. Hartley laughed and shook his head. "You're right, Miles is a monster. He's a killer. But he's not just that. He's someone I know I can trust, Hartley said. Unlike good old Wells, who is a liar and thief. He fired another sonic blast at Barry, who ran around him and tried to grab his gloves. He's none of those things, Hartley. He's using you. He's manipulating you. He's lying to you, Barry said. Hartley snarled and pushed Barry away with his gloves. You think I don't know that? I know he's using me, manipulating me. But he's not lying to me. He's helped me, showed me the truth, Hartley said. He fired another sonic blast at Barry, who ran away from him and looked for an opening. What truth, Hartley? Barry asked. Hartley smiled and pointed at his ear again. The truth that you don't want to hear, Flash. The truth that Wells is hiding from you, Hartley said. He paused and gave Barry a meaningful look. Or should I say, the truth that he erased from you. Hartley said. Barry felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that Hartley was hinting at something else. Something that had to do with his past. What do you mean by that? What are you trying to say? Barry asked nervously. Hartley smiled and winked at him. Oh, nothing much. Just a little something I learned from Miles. A little something that will change everything you know, Hartley said. He looked at the camera and spoke in a loud and clear voice. A little something that will make you question everything you know. A little something that will make you wish you never became the Flash, Hartley said. But enough about that. Let's get back to the fun part. Let's get back to the fight. He raised his gloves and fired a sonic blast at Barry, who dodged it quickly. Come on, Flash. Show me what you got. Show me how fast you are, Hartley yelled. He fired another sonic blast at Barry, who ran towards him and dodged it at the last second. Hartley, you don't have to do this. Let me save you from Miles, Barry said. Hartley laughed and shook his head. Save me? Save me from what? From the best thing that ever happened to me? From the only person who understands me, Hartley said. He fired another sonic blast at Barry, who ran around him and tried to grab his gloves again. He doesn't understand you, Hartley. He doesn't care about you. He only cares about himself. He only cares about his own goals, Barry said. Hartley snarled and pushed Barry away with his gloves again. His goals are my goals, Flash. His goals are our goals. His goals are the only goals that matter, Hartley said. He fired another sonic blast at Barry, who ran away from him and looked for an opening again. What goals, Hartley? What goals are so important that they justify hurting innocent people? That they justify working with a madman? Barry asked. Hartley smiled and pointed at his ear again. His goals are beyond your understanding, Flash. Not even Harrison will see it coming, Hartley said. He paused and gave Barry a meaningful look again. Or should I say, the goals that he can't stop, Hartley said. Ebard watched the news and listened to Hartley's words with growing worry and fear. He knew that Hartley was his former protege and favored employee. He knew that he had disowned him after Hartley tried to stop the particle accelerator from activating. He knew that he had made a mistake. But he didn't expect Hartley to figure out his secret. And he didn't know how Hartley knew that. He didn't know who had told him that. He didn't know who was his source. Until Hartley said his name. Miles. Ebard felt a surge of anger and hatred when he heard that name. He hated Miles more than anyone else in the world, only second to Barry. He hated him for destroying his future. Ebard cursed Miles' existence and wished nothing more than to go back in time and kill Miles as an infant. But he knew he couldn't do that. He knew he had to be careful with time travel. He knew he had to preserve the timeline. He had to calm himself down. He tried to think rationally and logically. He tried to think of ways to silence Hartley and prevent him from exposing his secret. He tried to think of ways to stop Miles and prevent him from achieving his goals. But he found it difficult. He found it difficult because of one wild card that was Miles. Eobard didn't know what Miles wanted. He didn't know what Miles was planning. He only knew that Miles' plan was dangerous and unpredictable. A recipe of a disaster waiting to be cooked. Eobard watched as Hartley and the Flash fought with sound and speed. He watched as Hartley taunted the Flash and hinted at something else. Something that had to do with Barry's past. Eobard felt a pang of fear and curiosity when he heard that. He wondered what Hartley meant by that. He wondered what else Hartley had learned from Miles. He wondered what Hartley was going to reveal. He wondered if it had something to do with the night he killed Barry's mother. He wondered if it had something to do with the night he lost his speed. He wondered if it had something to do with the night everything changed. But before Hartley could say anything more, Barry finally knocked him out with a well-thrown police baton. Barry then told his team to ready Hartley's cell and Cisco responded excitedly that it was already ready. Eobard felt a wave of relief and satisfaction when he saw that. He was glad that Barry had stopped Hartley and prevented him from revealing anything more. He was glad that Cisco had prepared a cell for Hartley and prevented him from escaping or communicating with anyone else. He was glad that he had averted a crisis and preserved his secret. For now. Hartley groaned as he opened his eyes, feeling a dull ache in his head. He looked around and realized he was in a cell, with metal bars and a glass window. He saw Flash sitting on a chair outside the cell, still in his red costume and mask. "Good morning, sunshine," Flash said sarcastically. "Glad to see you're awake." Hartley glared at him and tried to move his hands, but found them cuffed to the bed. "What do you want from me, Flash?" he spat. "I want to talk to you, Hartley," Flash said calmly. "About your connection with Miles Wally." Hartley snorted. "What connection?" "He's just a guy who offered me a chance to get back at Wells in exchange I do a job." "A job?" Flash asked. Hartley smirked. "Something big. Something that will change everything." Flash frowned. "What is he planning to do?" Hartley saw the worry in Flash's eyes and decided to have some fun. "Don't worry, Flash. He's not going to destroy Central City. He likes it here. It's his playground." Flash looked relieved, but also confused. "Then what does he want?" Hartley shrugged. "You'll have to ask him yourself. If you can catch him, that is. But considering what has happened alive, yeah, good luck, fastest man alive." Flash sighed and leaned forward. "Listen, Hartley. I know you're angry at Harrison Wells. He's done a lot to many people, including you and me. But revenge is not the answer. You don't have to work for Miles. You can still turn your life around." Hartley laughed bitterly. "Turn my life around? And do what? Go back to working for that bastard who ruined my life? No, thanks. I'd rather work for Miles. He's honest, at least. He doesn't lie or manipulate people like Wells does." Flash looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Hartley shook his head. "You really don't know, do you? You're so clueless, it's not even funny. Miles was right, you are dumb. You have no idea who Harrison Wells really is." Flash's eyes widened. "What are you talking about? Who is he?" Hartley smiled wickedly. I'm not going to tell you, Flash. It would spoil the surprise. And trust me, it's going to be a big one. You'll find out soon enough. He leaned back on the bed and closed his eyes, ignoring Flash's questions and pleas. He couldn't wait to see the look on Flash's face when he learned the truth about Harrison Wells. Barry realized it was useless to try to get Hartley to talk. He was just wasting his time and energy. He left the cell, feeling frustrated and angry. He ran to the lab, where the rest of his team was waiting for him anxiously. He saw Cisco, Caitlin, and Harrison Liebard looking at him with hopeful expressions. Did he say anything? Cisco asked eagerly. Barry shook his head grimly. Nothing useful. He just taunted me and said that Miles has something big planned. What kind of something big? Caitlin asked nervously. Barry shrugged helplessly. I don't know. He said Miles doesn't want to destroy Central City, but he wouldn't tell me what he wants. Caitlin bit her lip. Well, that's something, I guess. Maybe Miles is not as bad as we thought. Cisco rolled his eyes. Are you serious, Caitlin? Just because he doesn't want to destroy Central City doesn't mean he's not a danger. He's still a maniac who works with other maniacs. He buried Barry alive beside his mom. And don't forget, he still has Oliver. Barry felt a pang of guilt. He had almost forgotten about Oliver, who had been kidnapped by Miles. They had no idea where he was or what Miles was doing to him. Right, Barry said. We have to find Oliver. And stop Miles from whatever he's planning. He sighed and activated his speed thinking, hoping to find a clue or a pattern in Miles' recent crimes. He scanned his memory and tried to connect the dots. Ebard did the same, using his brilliant mind and knowledge of the future. He also tried to figure out Miles' plan and motive. They both worked in silence for a few minutes, until they reached the same conclusion. They looked at each other with horror and disbelief. Miles is using Oliver for something, Barry said. Something big, Ebard added. Something that we can't predict, Barry continued. Something that only makes sense to him, Ebard finished. They realized they had hit a wall. Miles was too unpredictable and unhinged for them to understand. They had no idea what he was up to. And that terrified them more than anything. Miles walked down a set of stairs, humming a tune. He reached the basement, where he saw Oliver tied up to a chair, with wires and electrodes attached to his body. He smiled and approached him. He slapped Oliver's face repeatedly, like a cartoon character, while yelling, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" Oliver groaned and opened his eyes, glaring at Miles. "Oh, you're actually awake. My bad," Miles said mockingly. "How are you feeling today?" Oliver didn't answer. He just kept glaring. Miles waved at him and said cheerfully, "Hello, Oliver. I'm Miles. Nice to meet you." Oliver still didn't answer. He just kept glaring. Miles shrugged and said casually, "Do you want a more comfortable position? Maybe a pillow? A blanket? A cup of tea?" Oliver still didn't answer. He just kept glaring. "Yeesh, I feel bad about your kids." Miles sighed and said playfully, "You're no fun, Oliver. You know, this is like a James Bond movie. I'm the bad guy with a crazy plan and you're James Bond. The hero who always saves the day." Oliver snorted and said sarcastically, "Yeah, right. And what's your crazy plan, Miles? To take over the world? To destroy Central City?" Miles laughed and said gleefully, "Oh, you're funny. No, no, no. My plan is much more interesting than that." But I'm not going to tell you. That would ruin the surprise. He then pointed out, this is the part where I come up with a convoluted way to kill you and you somehow escape due to some bizarre luck. Like a laser beam that cuts through your ropes, or a mouse that chews through your wires, or a guard that falls asleep and drops his keys. Oliver taunted, or maybe you just love hearing your own voice so much that you forget to check the timer on your bomb. Miles smiled and said proudly, "Thank you, Oliver. I do love my voice. It's one of the gifts my parents gave me, along with my good looks, my intelligence, and my sense of humor." He then leaned closer to Oliver and whispered in his ear, "But don't worry, Oliver. I won't forget to check the timer on my bomb. Because I don't have one." He then pulled back and said loudly, "I have something much better. You see, Oliver, I'm not like most bad guys. I don't like to waste time or play games. I like to get things done quickly and efficiently." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gun. He pointed it at Oliver's head. Oliver remained calm and unfazed by the sudden threat. He looked at Miles with defiance and contempt. Miles continued, "Unlike the movies, I won't give you a chance to escape or to be rescued. I won't monologue or gloat or explain my plan. I'll just kill you and move on." He pulled the trigger. The gun made a loud noise and a stream of water squirted out of the barrel, hitting Oliver in the face. Miles whistled in awe as Oliver didn't flinch or blink. He just kept looking at Miles with the same expression. Miles complimented, "Wow, Oliver. You didn't even blink or flinch. You have some serious balls to look death in the eye and not show any fear. I'm impressed. I mean, it's already obvious, but damn, it just hits different when it's who's doing it. You're going to be so much fun to play with." He reassured, "Don't worry, Oliver. I won't kill you anytime soon. I have other plans for you. Plans that will make you wish you were dead." He then knocked Oliver out with a punch to the jaw. He smiled and said to himself, "This is going to be fun." Turning around, he then yelled, "Richie!" "Yeah, boss." Miles takes out a large sum of cash and tosses it to the man. "You won. Congrats," he said. "Wait, are you serious?" Miles nods and said, "Yep." "Geez, boss, thanks. How am I gonna spend the money?" The kingpin of Central City stares at his henchman with a dead look. "What do I look like to you, your dad? Go to a casino or bank. Hell, go and get some girl. I don't care, just put this guy in a box." Richie excitedly said, "You got it, boss." Oliver was soon carried out of the basement. Man, whoever said crime never pays, needs to meet boss. He muttered. "Hey, Richie." Richie turns and finds a man wearing a mask. "Hey, Rocky. I take it the boss wants this guy moved?" Rocky asked. "MH. Boss wants him a box?" Crap, did he mean a coffin or a literal box? Knowing the big man, he was literal. Richie gave a thankful nod to Rocky. "Hey, are you free this day?" Richie asked. "My shift ends at 6, why?" Rocky tilted his head. "Wanna head to a pub after this?" "You just started working here," Rocky said, until Richie shows the 10 grand. "How the hell did you get that?" "Made a bet with the boss. I won." "Damn, lucky." Rocky sighed. "So, you coming?" "You're goddamn right I'm going." "Rocky in my office now," Miles yelled through the speakers. "Ah crap, CYA later." Miles and Grodd were inside Miles' hideout, a secret base hidden behind a waterfall. Miles was sitting on a couch, watching the news on a large screen. Grodd was standing behind him, his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. "Why human Archer still alive?" Grodd asked in Miles' mind. "He no threat to us." "He's not a threat, but he's a useful hostage," Miles said with a shrug. "He's the boss of Team Arrow, and a good buddy of the Flash. What do you want from holding him?" "Motivation. I want the Flash to give me his best shot. I want to see him go beyond his limits and break them." "Why? What's your purpose in this?" "Curiosity. I have a theory about the Flash's speed, and I want to test it." "A theory?" "Yup. A theory that I came up with after my rebirth." Miles closed his eyes and recalled the day he regained control of his body and broke free from the Speed Force prison. He remembered how he fought Eobard Thawne, Flash Allen, and Black Flash, and how he easily overpowered them with his superior speed and power of the Primal Force. He remembered how Flash suddenly became faster than ever and caught him off guard. "It was weird," Miles said. "He was slower than me the whole time, but then he suddenly gained a boost of speed that matched mine. I thought it was the Speed Force helping him, but then I realized that it couldn't be." "Why not?" Grodd asked. "Because the Speed Force hates me, but it's not stupid enough to give its power to a greenhorn. It wants to stop me or trap me again without losing its precious avatar." "So what is your theory?" Miles opened his eyes and smiled. "My first theory is that Flash has a hidden potential that he doesn't know about. A potential that is triggered by his emotions. When he saw me rampage across Central City, he felt fear, anger, desperation. And those feelings made him tap into a deeper source of speed." "A deeper source?" "That's my second theory. Flash somehow tapped into the raw power of the Speed Force. Or a branch of the Primal Force." Grodd does not understand. Miles sighs. "Okay, imagine the source of my power as one big tree. The tree represents the Primal Force. Now each branch represents a concept or an element. Dark, light, gravity, power, cosmos, time, space. You get the gig. It's source of everything, from start to finish. You ever wondered how fast humans adapted? Or how about why we even fear the dark? Or the unknown? The rage you feel that's bubbling up until you explode." Grodd hums. "Grodd has felt it, so you're suggesting Flash has somehow tapped into the primal concept of speed." "Bingo!" Miles clapped. "Score for the ape with the brain." "Yes, for some reason Flash somehow tapped into it." "How sure are you about these theories?" "I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. That's why I need Oliver Queen. I need to make Flash feel those emotions again. I need to make him run faster than ever. And then I will see what he is hiding." "And then what?" "What you do with him. That depends on what I find. Maybe I'll kill him. Maybe I will spare him. Maybe I will make him my ally. Or maybe I will make him my enemy. Either way, I'll get what I need." "You play a dangerous game, Miles." "Maybe so. But it's also a fun game. And I love fun games." Miles laughed and turned up the volume on the TV. Grodd could only stare at the human, but his instincts told him this was just a glimpse of the endgame. Chaos reigned in the city as the cops took cover behind their cars as a blast of cold and flames struck. A male anchor was reporting live from Central City. "Good evening, this is Evan Gibson with Channel 52 News. We are here at the scene of a major crisis, as two notorious criminals, Captain Cold and Heatwave, have launched a coordinated attack on the city. They have been using their signature weapons to freeze and burn everything in their path. They have also issued a challenge to the Flash, the city's resident hero, who has not shown up to stop them. The camera panned to show the destruction caused by the two villains. Cars were frozen solid, buildings were on fire, and people were running in panic. We have no confirmation on why the Flash has not responded to this emergency, Evan continued. Some sources suggest that he may be away on another mission, or that he may be injured or incapacitated. Others speculate that he may be afraid to face these formidable foes, who have proven to be his match in the past. Whatever the reason, the citizens of Central City are losing hope and faith in their protector. The camera cut to footage of Captain Cold and Heatwave, who were standing on top of a bank that they had just robbed. They were holding their guns and laughing maniacally. "Hey, Flash! Where are you?" Captain Cold shouted. "We're waiting for you. Come out and play." "Yeah, come on, Flash," Heatwave added. "Don't be a coward. Show us what you got." The camera cut back to Evan, who looked worried. But the Flash is not the only one who is being challenged by these criminals. They have also taunted Tachyon, the infamous speedster who has claimed Central City as his territory, has not made any appearance or statement regarding this situation. Some wonder if he is afraid of these rogues as well, or if he has a hidden agenda behind his silence. The camera cut back to Evan, who looked serious. "We will keep you updated on this developing situation as it unfolds. For now, we urge everyone to stay indoors and avoid the streets." This is Evan Gibson, signing off. In Star Labs, where Barry Allen, Cisco Ramon, Caitlin Snow, and Harrison Wells were watching the news on a monitor. They looked concerned and frustrated. "We have to do something," Barry said. "We can't let them get away with this." "I agree," Cisco said. "We have to stop them before they hurt someone." "Or worse," Caitlin added. "No," Wells said. "You can't go out there." "Why not?" Barry asked. "Because it's a trap," Wells said. "It's obvious that this is one of Miles' schemes. He's trying to lure you out and ambush you." "How do you know that?" Barry asked. "I just do," Wells said. "Trust me on this. Miles is too smart and too dangerous to underestimate. He's probably watching this right now and laughing at us. But we can't just ignore it," Caitlin said. "They're causing so much damage to the city. Damage that can be repaired," Wells said. "Have you noticed that they haven't killed anyone yet? They're only destroying property. They're not trying to hurt people. They're trying to get your attention." "So what?" Barry asked. "We're just supposed to let them do whatever they want." "For now, yes," Wells said. "Until we figure out what Miles is up to and how to stop him." "This is crazy," Barry said. "I can't just stand here and hope they'll go away." "Yes, you can," Wells said. "Let's say you go out there, save the day again. What happens after that? What if Miles comes here to break out Hartley?" "Exactly, so you need to listen and wait this is out," Wells said. "You aren't fast enough. Not yet, you still haven't figured out how you managed to get that sudden increase. Miles won't let it happen again." Barry looked at Cisco and Caitlin for support, but they looked unsure. "Barry, maybe Dr. Wells is right," Cisco said. "Yeah, maybe we should wait for more information," Caitlin said. Barry sighed and shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I don't like this at all." "You don't have to, Barry, but you need to stay alive if you want to save this city," Wells said. Barry quickly walks out of the office in frustration. Leonard Snart and Mick Rory were still attacking the city with their cold gun and heat gun. They were shooting at cars, buildings, and anything else that caught their eye. "Hey, Mick, cover me," Leonard said. I need to make a call. Who are you calling? Mick asked. Our old friend, Leonard said. He took out his phone and dialed a number. He waited for a few seconds, then heard a familiar voice. Hello, Leonard, Miles said. How's the party? It's a blast, Leonard said. But we have a problem. What problem? The Flash. He didn't show up. I know, I was expecting him not to. So what's plan B? Plan B? This was plan B. Leonard chuckled. You really need to learn your alphabet, Miles. Miles laughed. I like to keep my enemies guessing, Leonard. And you know what they say, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. So what now? Now, you meet me at Central Park. And bring some fireworks. Fireworks? Yes. I have a surprise for the Flash. What kind of surprise? You'll see when you get there. Trust me, it'll be worth it. All right, I'm interested. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Good. I'll see you in 5 seconds. Miles hung up the phone and smiled. Leonard put his phone away and looked at Mick. Come on, Mick. We have a rendezvous to catch. With who? With Miles. And his surprise. What kind of surprise? I don't know. But knowing him, it'll be something big. Big? I like big. Me too. Let's go. They ran towards their getaway car, shooting at anything that moved along the way. As they got in the car, Leonard turned on the radio and heard a familiar song playing. It's the final countdown. The singer crooned. Leonard grinned and turned up the volume. How fitting, he said. Mick nodded and sang along. The final countdown. They drove away, leaving a trail of ice and fire behind them. Miles was sitting on a couch in his hideout, holding a device. He looked at his watch and smiled. It's almost time, he said. He turned to Grodd, who was standing behind him, his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. Are you ready, Grodd? He asked. Grodd nodded. Yes, Miles. Grodd is ready. Good. Because we have a lot of work to do. Miles handed Grodd a picture of a young woman with brown hair and brown eyes. Do you know who this is? He asked. Grodd looked at the picture and shook his head. No. Who is she? Her name is Shauna Baez. She's a metahuman with the power to teleport to any place she can see. She goes by the name Peekaboo. Peekaboo? What a silly name. Maybe so. But her power is very useful. And I need you to find her for me. Why? What do you need from her? Well, if my hunch is right, then she might be our best getaway. Miles handed Grodd another device, a small metal box with wires and buttons. This is a device that Hartley made for you. It can amplify your telepathic range and allow you to scan the minds of everyone in the city. All you have to do is place it on your head and focus on Shauna's face. I already tested it, but it works better if we have a lot of cameras. And then what? Then you'll be able to sense her location and tell me where she is. Simple, right? Grodd looked at the device and nodded. Yes. Simple. This human slightly reminded him of his father. Plans within plans. The only difference is that Miles's plans are often so simple and direct that no one would dare to think of him as actually doing it. Father's plans were calculated, each having a purpose. Miles' plan was the opposite, wild, rarely having any purpose. Yet if you look closely enough, Miles's plans are connected. It's how he projects those plans that make it difficult to connect. How does one plan of robbing an ice cream shop connect to robbing a nuclear plant? You don't. It's absurd and crazy. Yet Miles somehow pulls it off. Grodd was starting to see how Miles ticked. He doesn't plan big, he plans small and lets the rest do the work to make it big. In other words, Miles starts a chain reaction and plans outside those reactions. Leonard and Mick's rampage, Hartley's arrest, the tests on his theories, and now this? None of it these four were related to each other. This was your plan all along. Grodd muttered, and all he received was a playful wink. Oliver Queen woke up with a jolt. He felt a sharp pain in his head and a tightness in his chest. He tried to move, but he realized he was trapped inside a small, dark box. He could barely breathe. He remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness. He had been captured by Tachyon, the speedster villain who had become the new kingpin of Central City for months. Oliver had attacked the hideout where Tachyon and his team were planning their next move. Tachyon didn't even waste any time knocking him out. Tachyon had struck him with a bolt of lightning, sending him flying across the room. Oliver had woken up in a basement, tied to a chair. Tachyon standing in front of him, wearing a black jumpsuit with a white Tachyon symbol on his chest. Tachyon had smiled wickedly and started to talk, comparing their situation to a James Bond movie, where Miles was the villain and he was the hero. Miles hadn't revealed his master plan, but Oliver knew who he wanted, and then he had knocked Oliver out with a punch. Oliver had woken up again, this time inside the box. He didn't know where he was, or how long he had been there. He didn't know if anyone was looking for him, or if anyone could find him. He didn't know if he would ever see his friends and family again. He felt a surge of anger. He refused to give up. He refused to let Tachyon win. He focused his mind and tried to think of a way out. Oliver then heard a voice outside the box. It was Tachyon, talking to someone else. "Richie, what the hell is this?" Tachyon asked, sounding annoyed. "It's a coffin, boss." "You said to put him in a box," Richie answered, sounding confused. "A box, Richie. A box. Not a coffin. A coffin is for dead people." "He's not dead yet," Tachyon said, sighing. "He's not right? I mean, kind of punched him hard enough, but I'm 100% sure his neck is still intact." "Sorry, boss. I thought you meant a coffin." "You know, typical villain stuff," Richie said, apologizing. "Richie, I'm not your typical 101 bad guy. You don't put the hero in a coffin. You put him in a box with a bomb and a timer and a camera. That's how you do it, Richie. That's how you do it," Tachyon said, explaining. "You only put him in a coffin when he's dead, or you really want to mess with his head." "Oh, I see." "Sorry, boss," Richie said, sounding sheepish. "It's okay, Richie. It's okay. We all make mistakes. It's my fault for being not clear enough. Now go back to the base and wait for my signal," Tachyon said, letting him go. "Okay, boss," Richie said, leaving. Oliver heard the sound of footsteps approaching the box. He tried to unbind his wrists, but it was too late. The box opened up and revealed Tachyon smiling and greeting Oliver with a good evening. "Hello again, Mr. Green. I hope you had a nice nap," Tachyon said, cheerfully. Oliver glared at him and tried to kick him, but Tachyon dodged and grabbed his legs. "Easy there, Mr. Green. No need to be rude. I'm here to help you out of this coffin," Tachyon said, dragging Oliver out of the box. Oliver felt the cold air hit his face and realized they were outside. He looked around and saw they were in the middle of a street, surrounded by cops, cameras, and bystanders. "What are you doing?" Oliver asked, panicking. "I'm giving you a chance to be a hero, Mr. Green. A chance to save yourself and the city from this bomb that I've rigged behind you," Tachyon said, tying Oliver to a pole behind a large metal device with wires and a red digital display. Oliver saw that the display showed 10 minutes and counting down. "A bomb? Are you insane? I thought this is your territory." Oliver asked, incredulous. "No, Mr. Green. I'm not insane. I'm creative," Tachyon said, grinning. "And yes, this is my territory, so what's stopping me from turning this park into a good parking lot? Aren't you motivated enough now? Barry trusted you." Oliver growled. "Barry trusts a lot of people and half of them aren't even gonna last long." Miles shrugged. He took out his phone and pointed it at Oliver. "Say cheese, Mr. Green." "You're on live TV," Tachyon said, pressing a button. Oliver saw that his phone was connected to a large screen in a nearby building that showed his face to the world. He felt a surge of fear and worry. He thought his identity as the Green Arrow was now exposed to everyone, and his team will suffer the aftermath. But then he noticed that he was still wearing his costume and mask. He looked at Tachyon and saw him wink at him. "Don't worry, Mr. Green. I'm not here to ruin your secret. I'm here to challenge you," Tachyon said, taunting him. He put his phone in his pocket and ran away at super speed. Oliver heard his voice echo through the speakers on the street. "Good luck, Mr. Green. You have 10 minutes to defuse the bomb or die trying. And Flash, try not be late for the fireworks." Tachyon laughed maniacally as his voice disappeared. At Star Labs, Cisco and Caitlin were watching the news on a large screen. They saw Oliver tied to a tree with a bomb behind him, and Tachyon taunting him on live TV. "Oh, no. This is bad. This is very bad," Cisco said, worried. "What is Tachyon doing?" "He's gone too far this time," Caitlin said, scared. They turned to Barry, who was standing next to them, wearing his old suit. "Barry, you have to stop him. You have to save Oliver," Cisco said, urging him. "I know, Cisco. I know. But how? Tachyon is faster than me. He's stronger than me. He's smarter than me. How can I beat him?" Barry said, doubtful. "You can beat him, Barry. You have something he doesn't. You have a heart. You have a team. You have us," Caitlin said, encouraging him. Barry smiled and nodded. "Thanks, Caitlin. You're right. I can beat him. I will beat him," Barry said, determined. He looked at Cisco. "Cisco, get my new suit ready. The one you've been working on for months. The one with the metal plates and the Tachyon enhancer," Barry said, requesting. "Are you sure, Barry? That suit is experimental. It could be dangerous," Cisco said, warning. "I'm sure, Cisco. It's the only way I can match Tachyon's speed and power. It's the only way I can save Oliver and the city," Barry said, insisting. "Okay, Barry. Okay. I'll get it ready. But be careful, okay?" "That suit is not a toy," Cisco said, agreeing. He ran to his workshop and brought back a large metal case. He opened it and revealed a new suit for Barry. It was similar to his old jumpsuit in design, but it had metal plates on the chest, arms, and legs. It also had a Tachyon enhancer on the chest, shaped like a lightning bolt. It looked sleek and futuristic. Wow! That's amazing, Cisco. You've outdone yourself, Barry said, admiring. Thanks, Barry. But don't thank me yet. This suit is still untested. It could have glitches, malfunctions, or side effects, Cisco said. I'll take my chances, Cisco. It's worth it, Barry said, confident. He took off his old suit and put on the new one. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. He felt faster and stronger than ever before. He looked at himself in a mirror and smiled. Caitlin walked up to him and handed him a syringe. Here, Barry. Take this with you. It's a serum I've developed to knock out Tachyon. It's based on his DNA sample that we got from his blood trail last week, Caitlin said, explaining. Thanks, Caitlin. This could come in handy, Barry said, accepting. He put the syringe in his belt pouch before looking at Caitlin and hugging her. Thank you, Caitlin. You're the best, Barry said, grateful. You're welcome, Barry. You're the best too, Caitlin said, smiling. What, she gets a hug and I don't? Cisco joked before Barry hugs him as well. Thank you, Barry whispered. Cisco smiled. Anytime, man. We'll be right behind you. Barry was about to leave when he heard a voice behind him. Barry. Don't go, Dr. Wells said, interrupting him. Barry, Cisco, and Caitlin turned around and saw Dr. Wells rolling in his wheelchair. He looked at Barry with a worried expression. Barry, don't go. It's too dangerous. Tachyon is too powerful. He'll kill you, Dr. Wells said, pleading. Barry shook his head and walked up to Dr. Wells. Dr. Wells, I have to go. I have to stop Tachyon. I have to save Oliver. I have to save the city, Barry said, explaining. Dr. Wells grabbed Barry's arm and looked at him with a severe expression. Barry, listen to me. Tachyon is not someone you can face alone without a plan. He's a mastermind, a genius, a psychopath. He knows you, Barry. He knows everything about you and your friends. He knows your strengths and your weaknesses. He knows how to hurt you and how to break you, Dr. Wells said, reminding him. Barry looked at Dr. Wells with a determined expression. Dr. Wells, I appreciate your concern, but I can't stand by and watch Tachyon and his rogues go out of control any longer. They've caused too much pain, they've crossed too many lines. I have to stop them, Dr. Wells. I have to stop them now, Barry said, insisting. Dr. Wells sighed and let go of Barry's arm. Barry, you're being stubborn and reckless. You're playing right into Tachyon's hands. He wants you to come after him. He wants you to face him alone. He wants you to die, Dr. Wells said, warning him. Barry shook his head and ran away. I'm sorry, Dr. Wells, but I have to do this, Barry said, leaving. Dr. Wells watched him go with a frustrated expression. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, Barry. Why don't you ever listen? Dr. Wells said, angry. He turned to Cisco and Caitlin and looked at them with a stern expression. Cisco, Caitlin, keep track of Barry and his vitals. Monitor his suit and his serum. Let me know if anything goes wrong, Dr. Wells said, instructing them. Yes, Dr. Wells, Cisco and Caitlin said, nodding. Dr. Wells nodded back and rolled away. He quickly headed to his time vault and locked the door behind him. He took off his glasses and walked up to a large metal case. He opened it and revealed a new suit for himself. It was similar to Barry's new suit in design, but it had metal plates on the chest, arms, and legs. It also had a Tachyon enhancer on the chest, shaped like a lightning bolt. It looked sleek and sinister. "Hello, old friend," Eobard said, admiring his suit. He took off his clothes and put on the suit. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. He activated his Tachyon enhancer and saw that it was fully charged. Letting out a satisfied, Eobard savored the taste of power as he laughed and ran away. He left Star Labs with no one noticing. Meanwhile, in the Speed Force, a dark figure emerged from the swirling vortex of energy. It was Black Flash, the hunter of speedsters who defied the natural order of time. The Reaper has an upgrade as well, now wearing some unique armor with a zombified face replaced by glowing energy. In its grasp was a scythe large enough to cleave an entire field. It sensed a disturbance in the Speed Force, a disturbance caused by Miles' existence. It roared in rage and ran towards his scent. Its mission was clear as day. Kill Miles Wally. The Grim Reaper couldn't help but grin. This time the mortal will not escape his grasp. The Speed Force will prevail. Oliver Queen, also known as the Green Arrow, struggled to free himself from the ropes that bound him to a tree. He was in Central City Park, where he had followed a lead on a mysterious speedster villain who called himself Tachyon. He had hoped to catch him off guard and bring him to justice, but he had underestimated his speed and power. Tachyon, or Miles Wally as he was known in his civilian identity, was standing a few feet away from Oliver, wearing his Mark II costume. He had a smirk on his lips as he watched Oliver's futile attempts to escape. "So, Mr. Green, are you enjoying the view?" Tachyon asked mockingly. "You know, you should be honored. You're the first non-speedster to witness my new suit." Oliver glared at him with contempt. "You're insane, Tachyon. You're not changing anything. You're just causing chaos and destruction. You've killed innocent people, robbed banks, attacked Team Flash, and now you've kidnapped me. What are you trying to accomplish?" Tachyon laughed. "Oh, Mr. Green, you're so naive. You think I'm doing this for some grand purpose? No. I'm doing this for fun. And because I can. You see, I'm not like you or your friends in Team Flash. I don't have a moral code or a sense of justice. I don't care about right or wrong. I only care about power. And I have more power than anyone in this world." He gestured to the city around them. "Look at this pathetic excuse for a society. The rich exploit the poor, the corrupt control the law, the weak suffer the consequences. And what do? You dress up in costumes and play hero. You think you're making a difference? You're not. You're only making things worse." Oliver frowned. "How do you figure that?" Tachyon smiled wickedly. "Because you're giving them false hope. You're making them believe that someone will save them, that someone will fight for them, that someone will protect them. But you won't. You can't. You're only human, after all. And humans are flawed and fragile." He leaned closer to Oliver's face. "And you know what else? You're also making them afraid. Afraid of you and your methods. Afraid of what you might do if they cross you or disobey you or disappoint you. Afraid of what you might become if you lose control or go too far." He chuckled softly. "You see, Mr. Green, you don't represent the idea of a hero or a villain. You represent the idea of a threat. A threat that needs to be eliminated or contained or avoided." He straightened up and looked at his wristwatch. "And speaking of threats, it looks like your friend Barry is almost here. He's been tracking your location ever since I sent him a video of me capturing you and bringing you here." He turned to face the direction where Barry Allen, the Flash, was expected to arrive any second. "I wonder how he'll react when he sees you tied up like this," Tachyon mused aloud. He then looked back at Oliver and winked. "Let's find out." Tachyon was about to say something else to Oliver, but he was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Tachyon! Stop this madness!" Flash shouted as he ran into the park, wearing his new armor. Tachyon smiled and let go of Oliver. He walked slowly towards Flash, ignoring the ropes that fell off him. "Barry! Buddy, how nice of you to join us!" Tachyon exclaimed, embracing his Tachyon persona. Flash stopped a few feet away from him, his face full of concern and anger. "Tachyon, please. Listen to me. You don't have to do this. You can still stop. You can still be the person you were before. The person I knew. The person I cared about." Tachyon ignored his plea and looked at his armor instead. "Wow, Barry, you've upgraded your suit. I like it. It's very sleek and shiny. But tell me, who's your tailor? Because he's a copycat." He pointed at his own armor and smirked. "This is the original, Barry. The one and only." He then heard another familiar sound behind him. He turned around and saw Reverse Flash arriving, also wearing a new armor. He taunted him with a mocking tone. "And what's this? Another copycat? Did you steal Barry's design? Or did you make your own?" Ebard stopped next to Barry and glared at Miles. "Miles Wally, or should I say Tachyon," he said coldly. "You're late, Ebard," Miles said mockingly. "By 2 minutes." Ebard snarled and said. "Don't worry, Miles. I'll make up for it by killing you in 2 seconds." Miles smirked and said, "Oh, please? You couldn't kill me even if you had 2 centuries. Oh, Ebard, you're so funny. You're always so full of yourself. You always think you're the smartest and the fastest and the best. But you're not. You're just a loser. A loser who's obsessed with Barry and who can't let go of the past." He then sensed another presence behind him. He quickly turned around and blocked an incoming attack from Black Flash, who was also wearing an armor. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a second. What's this? Another copycat? Is this copycat season or something? Why is everyone ripping off my armor? And did you just ripped off Noob, or is it Cabal? Your boss is gonna get sued for that." He pushed Black Flash away and threw him towards Flash and Reverse Flash, but they moved out of the way in time. Black Flash corrected himself mid-air and landed on his feet. The 4 speedsters then faced each other in an intense stare-down, ready for a fight. Meanwhile, in Star Labs, Cisco, Joe, and Caitlin were watching the news on a large screen. The news anchor was reporting live from Central City Park, where Flash was confronting Tachyon and 2 other speedsters. "We have breaking news from Central City Park, where a major showdown is taking place between the Flash and 3 other speedsters. One of them is the notorious Tachyon, who has been terrorizing the city for weeks with his crimes and attacks. The other 2 are unknown, but they appear to be wearing similar armors to the Flash and Tachyon. We don't know their identities or motives, but they seem to be hostile to both the Flash and Tachyon. We advise all citizens to stay away from the park and avoid any contact with these speedsters. We will keep you updated as the situation unfolds." Cisco shook his head in disbelief. "Wow, this is crazy. For speedsters in one place? Is this going to turn into a battle royal or something?" Joe frowned. "I doubt it, Cisco. It looks like Tachyon has pissed off those 2 pretty bad. Maybe they'll tire him out for Barry to catch him." Caitlin bit her lip nervously. And then what, Joe? What happens after that? She looked at him with worry in her eyes. I'm worried about Barry and Miles, Joe. I know Miles is not himself right now, but he's still a person. He's still our friend. Or at least he was. She turned back to the screen and sighed. And it's clear to all of us that those two new speedsters are out for blood. They don't care about justice or mercy or anything. They just want to kill Tachyon. And we don't know what will happen if they do. She paused and added. And we also don't know what will happen if they don't. Remember, one of them is the man who killed Barry's mother. Joe cursed under his breath. Damn it, you're right, Caitlin. This is a mess. A big mess. He looked at the screen with concern and hope. Come on, Barry. You can do this. You can stop them all. Back to Miles, who was observing the three speedsters with a calm and confident expression. He thought to himself that he had to readjust his plans a bit, but he was not worried. He had a backup plan ready. He telepathically contacted Grodd, who had hidden himself in one of the tall buildings nearby. He asked him if he had found Shauna Baez, also known as Peekaboo, a metahuman who could teleport through any visible location. Grodd replied that he had already found her and captured her. He said she was unconscious and secured in a van. Miles was pleased with Grodd's work. He told him to stay put and watch Oliver, who was still tied to the tree. He thanked him for his help and ended the communication. He then addressed all three speedsters, who were still staring at him with hostility and suspicion. Well. This is quite a surprise. I didn't expect to have 2 extra guests for my party. But that's okay. I can adjust and accommodate you all. He smiled wickedly and pointed at Flash. Barry, my dear friend, I have a little surprise for you. You see, I've been busy while you were looking for me. I've planted the same bomb that I attached to Mr. Green all over Central City. There are hundreds of them, hidden in strategic locations. However, unlike the one behind you, the rest need to be charged first. And guess who has the remote control? He held up a small device in his hand and pressed a button. That's right. Me. And you know what else? You only have 10 minutes to stop me before I activate them all. He pressed another button and a countdown started on the device. 10, 9, 8. Flash's body was enveloped by the speed force as he became more determined to stop Miles. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Tachyon, you're insane. You can't do this. You'll kill thousands of people. Miles shrugged. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But you'll never know unless you catch me. He winked at him and said, Ready or not, here I go. He then ran off in a burst of speed, leaving a trail of black and white electricity behind him. Barry, Ebard, and Black Flash chased after Miles, who was running at an incredible speed. They followed his trail of electricity, but they had a hard time keeping up with him. Miles was using his speed and his primal force powers to cause collateral damage along the way. He smashed cars, windows, signs, and anything else he could find. He also manipulated gravity, time, and space to create obstacles and traps for his pursuers. Barry pushed his body and suit to the limit, trying to catch up with Miles. He was worried about the bombs and the people in danger. He also wanted to stop Miles from hurting himself or anyone else. Miles, stop this. You don't have to do this. You can still come back. Barry shouted. Miles taunted him with a loud voice. Barry, Barry, Barry. You're so slow. How many times do I have to say it, HM? You can't save me. He laughed maniacally. I'm having too much fun. And you know what? So are you. Admit it, Barry. You love this chase. You love this challenge. You love this thrill. He opened a wormhole in front of him and disappeared into it. Barry followed him through the wormhole, but he was not prepared for what he saw on the other side. Miles had emerged in another part of the city, where he had attacked Ebard, who had taken a different route to intercept him. He had punched him in the face with such force that he had broken his nose and sent him flying backward. Ebard groaned in pain and anger as he wiped the blood from his mouth. You bastard! You'll pay for that! Ebard yelled. Miles smirked and said, Sorry, Ebard. I couldn't resist. You're such an easy target. He then noticed Black Flash coming out of another wormhole behind him. He quickly teleported away as Black Flash swung his scythe at his head, barely missing him. Black Flash growled and said, Tachyon, you cannot escape me. I am death for speedsters. I will claim your soul. Miles chuckled and said, Oh, really? And who are you? My dad? Or my ex-wife? He kicked a trash bin at Black Flash with his gravikinesis, while changing the gravity and increasing its speed. Black Flash was hit by the trash bin and flew across the city. Miles then focused on Barry, who had just come out of the wormhole. He used his telekinesis to lift a car and hurl it at Barry. Barry dodged the car and said, Miles, enough. This has gone too far. You have to stop. Miles shook his head and then lifted another car and threw it at Barry. Barry dodged again and said, Miles, please. Listen to me. You're not yourself. Fight back. Miles laughed and said, Barry, you're so wrong. This is me. He then lifted the ground and tried to crush Barry. Barry split into 5 copies using his speed mirage technique and hurled 5 lightning bolts at Miles. Miles was wowed by Barry's move and said, Wow, Barry. That's impressive. I didn't know you could do that. He then absorbed the lightning bolts into his armor and said, But it's not enough. He ran towards Barry as Barry's clones fused into one as he tackled Miles. However, Miles phased through his body and grabbed him from behind. He smashed him through a wall and said, Nice try, Barry. But you can't touch me. Ebard arrived and punched Miles at supersonic speeds. Miles chuckled and struck back before backing away. He then engaged Black Flash in a fist fight. Miles and Black Flash continued to punch each other with incredible force and speed. Miles decided to go all out and use all his powers against Black Flash. He used his super strength to break his bones, his speed to create sonic booms, his projections to create illusions, his mind control to mess with his head, and more. He was determined to kill Black Flash and prove his superiority. Black Flash, however, was not deterred by Miles' attacks. He took them all head-on and fought back with his own powers. He used his scythe to slash at Miles, his speed to create vortexes, his death touch to drain Miles' life force, and more. He was determined to claim Miles' soul and fulfill his duty. Meanwhile, Barry and Ebard, who were observing the fight, were stunned by the display of power and speed. They tried to fight the shockwaves that came from Miles and Black Flash's attacks, but they were too strong and frequent. They could barely stand on their feet. Barry felt Central City was suffering an earthquake with a ridiculous magnitude. Buildings were shaking and on the brink of collapsing. Roads were splitting apart. People were screaming and running for their lives. Barry realized that the city would be split in half if the two continued their fight. He looked at Miles and Black Flash with horror and desperation. "Miles, stop this. You're destroying the city. You're hurting innocent people. You have to stop." Miles ignored him and said, "Shut up, Barry. I'm trying to kill someone here." He and Black Flash then disappeared in a flash of light. Barry asked, "What? Where did he go?" Eobard said, "They're moving so fast that they're entering and exiting the cosmic forces." Barry asked, "What does that mean?" Eobard said, "It means they're tapping into the sources of our powers. They're using them as shortcuts to travel across the city and attack each other from different angles." They then heard thousands of sonic booms all over the city. They saw brief glimpses of Miles and Black Flash hitting each other before vanishing again. They felt the ground shaking more violently than before. They realized that Miles and Black Flash were escalating their fight to a new level of speed and power. They realized that they had no way of stopping them or catching up with them. They realized that they were in trouble. They then saw a huge explosion in the distance. They saw a building collapse in flames. They saw Miles crashing into it with Black Flash in a chokehold. Barry looked around as he realized it wasn't just the building that Miles fell on that collapsed, but everything surrounding them. The whole city was in ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air. Fire and debris littered the ground. People were trapped and injured. Barry felt a surge of guilt and anger. He ran towards the people who needed his help, but he realized he was still not fast enough. He pushed his body further, ignoring the pain and strain. He repeated to himself, "Faster, faster, faster." Unknown to him, his body was emitting more lightning than ever before. His speed was increasing exponentially. He soon vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Cisco was stunned as his monitor showed Barry's energy readings had gone beyond the limit. They were off the charts. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Barry, what are you doing? You're going too fast. Your body is going to break down." He shouted into his earpiece, but he got no response. He then saw something that made his jaw drop. An infinite number of Barry appeared on the screen, each one rescuing civilians, rebuilding the buildings that collapsed, putting out the fires, clearing the debris, and more. They were moving so fast that they seemed to be everywhere at once. They were doing the impossible. Cisco was speechless. "So cool," he whispered in awe. Eobard was stunned as well. He didn't remember his original Barry being capable of such a feat. He had never seen anything like it before. He then realized that Barry had gone too fast as well. That time had lost track of him. He had transcended his limits and reached a new level of speed and power. Barry, still unaware of his feat, focused on Miles after rescuing the last person. He rushed towards him with all his speed and force, while his copies followed him. Miles looked up and saw Barry's fist coming at him. He tried to dodge or block it, but it was too late. Barry struck his helmet with such force that it cracked and shattered. Miles grunted and felt a wave of pain and shock. He could only describe the blow as being punched across time in an infinite loop. Barry watched Miles crash into several buildings, while his Barry suit was ruined beyond repair, but still managed to cover his identity. Meanwhile, Miles was on the ground, looking shocked and dazed. He had blood dripping from his mouth and nose. His armor was broken and cracked but slowly rebuilt itself. His eyes were wide and unfocused. He then smiled and began to laugh like a maniac or a hyena. He laughed so hard that he coughed up more blood. He then said, "I get it now, Tilda." He said it with a tone of revelation and joy. as if he had found the meaning of life. He had gone completely insane. "Barry, you're the best," he muttered as his body crackled with primal energy. Barry was still panting, his suit was wrecked, with only his mask intact. His body couldn't hold out any longer and collapsed from the strain. He had no idea what he had done, how he had split into infinite copies and saved the city. He only felt a surge of pain and exhaustion. "Barry!" Eobard shouted as he watched him fall. He knew that Barry had just tapped into a power that he had never seen before, a power that could rival Miles. He also knew that Barry was the key to his return to his timeline, and he couldn't let him die. He ran over to him and tried to help him by absorbing the excess energy from his body. But it was too much, too fast. He couldn't keep up with the flow. "Damn it, Barry, stay with me. You can't die on me now." Black Flash observed the scene with curiosity. He had been sent to kill Miles, but he had failed. He had been distracted by Barry's display of power, a power that defied the Speed Force. He wondered if he should kill Barry instead, but he decided against it. He sensed something in Barry, something that made him hesitate. He decided to help him instead. He quickly moved to Barry's side and began absorbing the excess power from his body. He was more efficient than Eobard, and he managed to stabilize Barry's condition. Eobard felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw Barry's vital signs improve. He looked at Black Flash with gratitude, but also suspicion. Why did he help Barry? What was his motive? He didn't have time to ask, as he suddenly felt a tremor in the Speed Force. He looked at Black Flash and saw that he felt it too. They both turned their heads to the source of the disturbance. The building where Miles had crashed crumbled as a black orb floating in the air. It was pulsing with dark energy, and it emitted a sinister sound. "What is that?" Eobard asked, worry in his voice. Inside the dark orb, Miles was undergoing a transformation. The Mark II costume was becoming like a second skin for him, fusing with his flesh and bones. He felt no pain, only a surge of power and pleasure. He felt the primal force coursing through his veins, filling him with cosmic energy. He felt a connection with all the forces and emotions in the universe, and he felt freedom from all the limitations and rules that had bound him before. He was becoming something more than human, something more than a speedster. He was becoming a god. The dark orb was destructively affecting his surroundings. It was creating a gravitational field that pulled everything towards it, crushing and tearing apart anything that came close. It was also emitting waves of energy that distorted time and space, creating anomalies and paradoxes that defied logic and physics. It was like a black hole that was devouring reality itself. Miles opened his eyes and began to laugh. He laughed like a madman, like a child, like a conqueror. He laughed at the absurdity of his existence, at the futility of his enemies, at the glory of his power. He laughed so hard that he shook the orb and made it crack. Black Flash roared angrily and rushed towards the dark orb with his scythe. He sensed the danger that Miles posed to the Speed Force and the natural order of things. He wanted to kill him before he could unleash his full power. But he was too late. The orb erupted, unleashing a cosmic blast that decimated everything around it. Eobard quickly grabbed Barry and ran away from the blast. He barely managed to escape with his life, but he couldn't escape the sight of what had happened. He looked back and saw the aftermath of the explosion. The park was gone, replaced by a crater of fire and smoke. The city was in ruins, buildings collapsed and streets torn apart. The sky was darkened by clouds of dust and debris. And in the center of it all, he saw Miles. Miles' new look was a fusion of God-Killer and his normal look, except his hair was now pure white, and his entire body was metallic black with white crack-like veins that spread from his chest. His eyes were beady white and his grin was demonic. He looked like a nightmare come true. Black Flash came out of the rubble with heavy damage. His suit was torn and burned, his scythe was broken, and his face was scarred. He had survived the blast, but he had not escaped unscathed. He looked at Miles with hatred and fear. He hissed in anger. Meanwhile, the primal force made its presence known once more to the Speed Force. Both cosmic energies then began to battle for dominance. However, the Speed Force was slowly losing ground. The primal force roared as it pushed the Speed Force further. It was angry and hungry, and it wanted to consume everything in its path. Yet something unexpected happened. The Sage Force, the Still Force, and the Strength Force came and pushed the primal force back. They were the other forces that governed the universe, and they had been awakened by Miles' transformation. They wanted to stop him and the primal force from destroying the balance of reality. But it was not enough, as the primal force was the source of every raw state of energy and concept. It was stronger and older than them, and it resisted their efforts. Soon, the emotional spectrum joined the fray and aided in pushing the primal force. It was the manifestation of the emotions of all living beings, and it had been affected by Miles' power as well. It wanted to protect life and emotion from being erased by the primal force. It also wanted to harness Miles' power for itself, as he had shown a connection with all the emotions. In the farthest cosmos, the power ring sensed an imminent threat and launched themselves toward Earth. They were the devices that channeled the emotional spectrum, and they sought out worthy bearers to wield them. They quickly donned themselves on Black Flash, who was still facing Miles. Black Flash felt a surge of power as he felt the rings on his fingers. He looked at them with confusion and curiosity. He heard voices in his head, telling him their names and colors. Willpower. Fear. Rage. Hope. Compassion. Love. Avarice. He felt a mix of emotions as he heard them, some familiar, some foreign. He felt a conflict within him, a struggle between his nature and his nurture. He was a reaper, a servant of death, but he was also a speedster, a being of life. He had no use for emotions, but he also felt them. He looked at Miles again, who was still laughing and gloating. He realized that he had a choice, a chance to change the fate of the world. He decided to accept the aid from the emotional spectrum. He spoke with a voice that echoed with all the emotions. I accept. Black Flash glared at Miles, who was busy observing his appearance. He felt a surge of hatred and rage, and he wanted to end him once and for all. The power rings began to glow, as they charged up his power. He then rushed at Miles, moving faster than ever before. He moved so fast that he instantly appeared to Miles, covering the distance in less than a femtosecond. He then combined the cosmic forces, except the primal force, with his power rings, and threw a powerful punch at Miles' face. Miles noticed him at the last moment and grinned. He felt a thrill of excitement and challenge, and he wanted to test his new power. He then met Black Flash head-on with a punch of his own, powered by the primal force. The two speedsters collided, and the impact was cataclysmic. Their punches were so powerful that they distorted reality itself, creating ripples and cracks in space and time. It was as if they were magnets of opposite poles, pushing each other back with equal force. They were locked in a stalemate, neither one giving an inch. Miles was then surprised when he saw someone not part of the Arrowverse but from Young Justice. He saw Clarion the Witch Boy and Dr. Fate. They were standing on a nearby rooftop, watching the fight. Dr. Fate yelled now, as he raised his hand. Suddenly, a huge portal opened below Miles and Black Flash. It was a swirling vortex of light and dark, order and chaos. It was a portal to another dimension, a dimension where Miles and Black Flash would be banished forever. As the portal opened, Dr. Fate and Clarion were struggling to maintain it. They realized that they needed more power to transport Miles and Black Flash away from the Arrowverse. They were using all their magic and will, but it was not enough. Come on, work, you stupid portal!" Clarion shouted. "This is harder than I thought. They are too powerful and too close to each other. Their energies are interfering with the portal's stability," Dr. Fate said, as he concentrated. "If they get any closer, we won't be able to teleport them at all. And then this reality will collapse." Followed by at least a quarter of the multiverse, Clarion warned. "We can't let that happen. We have to succeed," Dr. Fate said. Suddenly, they felt a surge of power as they were joined by other beings. They looked up and saw the rest of the Lords of Order and Chaos, who had come to their aid. They were the supreme beings of magic and cosmic balance, and they had taken an interest in the situation. "Greetings, Dr. Fate and Clarion. We have been observing the Arrowverse after sensing a disturbance. We have come to assist you in your task," one of the Lords of Order said. Yes, we have come to help you. Even though we enjoy anarchy and chaos, this mortal is simply overdoing things and needs to be stopped. He is a threat to the multiverse and to our fun," one of the Lords of Chaos said. "Thank you for your help. We appreciate it," Dr. Fate said. Yeah, whatever. Just hurry up and open the portal wider. We don't have much time," Clarion said. The Lords of Order and Chaos nodded and added their power to the portal. They made it bigger and stronger, and they aimed it at Miles and Black Flash. As the portal sucked Miles and Black Flash in, their fists collided with a force that shook the multiverse. Their power was so immense that it created a shockwave that traveled across dimensions and realities. 1/3 of the DC multiverse went completely black as if a switch had been turned off. The lights went out, the sounds went silent, and life went still. Clarion and Dr. Fate saw the effect of their punch, shocked and horrified by what transpired. "Wow. Just wow. That was wow," Clarion said, speechless. "Where did you send them anyway? Where did you banish them to?" Clarion asked. Dr. Fate remained silent, as he looked at the monitor with a grim expression. Clarion stared at him and then realized the answer. He gasped and said, "You didn't. You couldn't. Are you crazy?" Dr. Fate sighed and said, "It was the only place where their fight would not completely affect the multiverse. It was the only place where they could be contained." "Where? Where did you send them?" Clarion repeated. Dr. Fate looked at him and said, "The source wall." As he said those words, reality cracked like a glass, before repairing itself. Meanwhile, both Miles and Black Flash crashed into the edge of the multiverse. They landed on a massive wall that stretched across infinity, covered with faces and bodies of beings who had tried to breach it and failed. They were trapped on the source wall, the ultimate barrier that separated the multiverse from the source, the origin of all existence. Black Flash recognized that he was on the source wall, and he knew that he was trapped and that there was no escape from this place. He looked around for Miles, hoping to find him and kill him before it was too late. He then heard footsteps and saw Miles standing on a cliff, looking down at him. "Wow, look at that! We made quite a mess, didn't we? I didn't expect Fate and the Witch Boy to crash our party. And I certainly didn't expect them to send us here. The source wall. The end of the line. The final frontier." "How poetic," Miles said, with a smirk. "And look at you. You got some new accessories. How nice. Green, yellow, red, blue, indigo, violet, orange. All the colors of the rainbow. And all the emotions of the spectrum. How do you feel? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you still just a mindless reaper? Miles asked, mockingly. Black Flash growled and hissed, I feel enough to know that you are the enemy. And I know enough to know that you must die. You have defied the speed force and the natural order of things. You have caused too much damage and chaos. You have no place in this multiverse. I will claim your soul and end your existence, Black Flash said, angrily. Miles scoffed and told Black Flash to be more original with his one-liners. Really? That's the best you can do? Come on, be more original with your one-liners. You sound like a broken record. And you're wrong, by the way. I have a place in this multiverse. I have a purpose. I am the avatar of the primal force, the ultimate force of creation and destruction. I am the god of speed and power. I am Tachyon, Miles said, proudly. Miles then taunted Black Flash once more, as he gave a come-at-me gesture and said to bring out the party. So what are you waiting for? Come at me, bro. Let's finish this once and for all. Let's bring out the party, Miles said, as he jumped off the cliff and ran towards Black Flash. The Source Wall was a massive structure that marked the edge of the multiverse. It was covered with the faces and bodies of countless beings who had tried to breach it and failed, becoming part of the wall itself. It was a place of eternal imprisonment and torment, where no one could escape. On the surface of the wall, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One was Miles Wally, also known as Tachyon, a speedster villain from the Arrowverse who had been sent to the Source Wall by Dr. Fate and Clarion the Witch Boy. The other was Black Flash, a reaper of speedsters who had followed Miles to the Source Wall. He was a skeletal figure clad in a black version of the Flash's costume, with glowing red eyes and lightning bolts on his chest and head. He was powered by the Speed Force, Strength Force, Still Force, Sage Force, and the Emotional Spectrum. He had all the power rings of each emotion on his fingers, which he could use to manipulate reality. Miles rushed to Black Flash in super speed, appearing in front of him in an instant. He threw a punch at his face, but Black Flash quickly dodged and retaliated by switching to Strength Force. He delivered a powerful punch to Miles' chest, sending him flying away. He then increased the gravity around Miles by 1,000-fold compared to a black hole, hoping to crush him. Miles laughed and shrugged off the gravity as if it was nothing. He charged towards Black Flash again, unfazed by his attack. Is that all you got, Grim Reaper? Miles taunted. You're supposed to be the end of all speedsters, but you can't even touch me. Black Flash growled and glared at Miles with hatred. He hated Miles for being an anomaly in the Speed Force, for being an enemy of Barry Allen, for being a threat to his existence. You are an abomination, Tachyon. Black Flash snarled. You do not belong in this multiverse. You are a mistake that must be erased. Black Flash evaded another blow from Miles and struck back with his own fist, but Miles was ahead of him. He revealed that his first strike was a feint and unleashed a powerful blast from his palm at Black Flash's side. The blast hit him hard, making him stagger. Miles smirked and mocked Black Flash for his failure. Nice try, but you're too slow. Miles said. You can't keep up with me. I'm faster than you, stronger than you, smarter than you. I'm better than you in every way. Meanwhile, in another universe, Dr. Fate and Clarion were observing the fight from a monitor in Fate's tower. They had opened a portal to banish Miles and Black Flash from the Arrowverse, with the help of the Lords of Order and Chaos. They had hoped that by sending them to the Source Wall, they would be trapped forever and unable to cause any more harm. Clarion looked at the monitor with curiosity and concern. He asked Fate if sending them to the source wall was a good idea. "Hey Fatey, are you sure this was a smart move?" Clarion asked. "I mean, look at them. They're still fighting like crazy. What if they break through the wall or something?" "I don't know, Clarion," Fate said. "But we had no choice. Miles Wally is a menace to all reality. He has corrupted the primal force and used it for evil purposes. He has defied the natural order and chaos of existence. He has challenged the gods themselves. He must be contained." Clarion shrugged and sighed. "Well, I hope you're right," Clarion said. "Because if you're wrong, we're all doomed." Fate admitted that he had gotten desperate to stop the growing threat that was Miles, but he never expected that Miles would have a positive reaction just by being near the source wall. He said that he had hoped that the wall would drain his power and seal him, but instead it seemed to enhance it and free him. "I did not foresee this outcome," Fate said. "I thought that the source wall would be his prison, not his playground. He is absorbing its energy and becoming more powerful than ever." "Wow, Fatey, you really outdid yourself this time," Clarion said. "You sent two of the most dangerous beings in existence to the most dangerous place in existence. What could possibly go wrong?" As they watched Miles and Black Flash continue to fight either through a fist fight or using different abilities. "Perhaps there is still a chance," Fate said. "Maybe they will destroy each other in their conflict, or maybe someone will come to our aid. Maybe the source wall itself will reject them and cast them out." Clarion rolled his eyes and snorted. "Yeah, right," Clarion said. "And maybe I'll grow wings and fly away. Face it, Fatey, you messed up big time. And now we're all screwed." Back in the source wall, Miles and Black Flash were having an intense stare down. They had exchanged blows and blasts for a while, but neither of them could gain the upper hand. They were evenly matched in power and skill. "All right, enough playing around," Miles said. "It's time to finish this. It's time to show you who's the boss." Black Flash suddenly had a premonition of danger and rushed to stop Miles. But he was pushed back by a strong shockwave as reality cracked around them. He looked up and saw Miles covered by a storm of energy while pointing at him with his finger. The cracks, in reality, continued to spread and grow, creating fissures and holes in the wall. "I've always liked magic," Miles said. "It's so fun and unpredictable. And I've learned some neat spells from those two clowns who sent us here. Let me show you what I can do with them." Reality cracked once again, and multiple beings across the multiverse suddenly felt Miles' presence. They felt a surge of energy and a wave of fear as they sensed his power and his intent. They turned their attention to the source wall, where they saw him standing above Black Flash, ready to unleash his attack. Some of the beings that felt Miles' presence were Darkseid, the tyrant of Apocalypse and the seeker of the anti-life equation; Grail, the daughter of Darkseid and an Amazon warrior; Trigon, the demon lord of the underworld and the father of Raven; Superboy Prime, the corrupted version of Superman from Earth Prime; Superman 1,000,000; Cosmic Armor Superman, Lucifer Morningstar, the fallen angel and the ruler of hell; Dr. Manhattan, the godlike being from Watchmen who manipulated reality; Batman Who Laughs, the twisted version of Batman who became like the Joker. Some of them spoke their thoughts aloud. Darkseid, what is this? Who dares to disturb my quest for the anti-life equation? Grail, Father, I sense a great power coming from the source wall. It is unlike anything I have ever felt before. It is familiar. Trigon, a new challenger? A new threat? A new prey? I will crush him and consume his soul. Superboy Prime, who the hell is that? He thinks he's better than me? He thinks he can mess with reality? He's nothing. I'm the real Superman. I'll show him. Superman 1,000,000, this is not good. This is not good at all. This being is a danger to all life. We must stop him before it's too late. Cosmic Armor Superman, I hear him. I see him. I feel him. He is a paradox. He is a contradiction. He is a threat. He must be eliminated. Lucifer Morningstar, interesting. Very interesting. A new player in the game. A new piece on the board. A new spark in the fire. Let's see what he can do. Dr. Manhattan, I perceive a disturbance in the fabric of existence. A being of immense power and potential. A being who defies the laws of nature and logic. A being who reminds me of myself. Batman who laughs, ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. This is awesome. This is perfect. A new chaos in the order. A new madness in the sanity. A new fun in the boring. Let's play with him. These were some of the most powerful beings in existence, but even they felt a chill in their spines as they witnessed Miles' power. They wondered who he was, what he wanted, and what he was going to do next. Miles began his mantra chant as the storm of energy around him grew larger and more destructive. He started making his own version of EA, the Sword of Rupture that belonged to Gilgamesh from the Nasaverse. It was a weapon that could unleash a blast of primordial energy that could destroy anything in its path. His mantra was the inverse of Enuma Elish, the creation epic of Mesopotamia. It was about creation going back to the void. Anu, Enlil, Enki, Ninhursag, Nana, Utu, Inanna, Miles chanted. The gods who shaped the world from chaos. The gods who gave life to all things. The gods who ruled over the heavens and the earth. Hear me now, and obey me. Dr. Fate became shocked as Miles' incantation began and he felt Miles' power about to set loose once more. He recognized the words and the meaning behind them. He realized that Miles was trying to undo the work of the gods and return everything to nothingness. By the helm of Nabu, this is madness. Dr. Fate exclaimed. He is invoking the Enuma Elish in reverse. He is trying to destroy all creation. Clarion panicked as Miles' attack started spreading. He saw the cracks in reality widen and deepen, threatening to swallow everything in their way. He felt a cold sweat on his forehead and a knot in his stomach. Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Clarion shouted. He's gonna blow up everything. He's gonna blow up us. We gotta get out of here. Black Flash, for the first time, had no idea what to do as not even the combined might of the cosmic forces and emotional spectrum could stop Miles' next attack. He felt a surge of fear and despair in his chest as he faced his possible doom. He then suddenly felt more energy pouring into him as he heard the voices of various beings offering him aid in exchange of ending Miles. He heard the Lords of Order and Chaos, who wanted to preserve the balance of existence. He heard the Green and other forces in DC, who wanted to protect their domains and aspects. He even heard the Source Wall itself, who wanted to stop Miles from breaking it and escaping. Black Flash, we are here to help you, they said. We give you our power and our blessing. Use them to stop Miles Wally and his madness. Use them to save us all. Black Flash accepted their offer and felt their power flow into him. He felt his strength and speed increase exponentially. He felt his rings glow brighter and stronger. He felt a new weapon form in his hand, a scythe made of pure energy that could cut through anything. As Miles finished his mantra, he declared that he was the dawn of Eve's destruction. He pointed his finger at Black Flash and fired the storm like a projectile. It was a beam of pure chaos and destruction that could erase anything it touched. "I am the dawn of Eve's destruction," Miles shouted. "Behold, my EA." Black Flash raised his scythe and swung it at Miles' attack. It was a blade of pure order and creation that could restore anything it touched. "I am the end of all life," Black Flash shouted. "I am Death's decree, the herald of doom. Let those who dare to break the rules face my final judgment." The two attacks collided with a deafening roar, creating a shockwave that shook the multiverse. The DC-verse suffered multiple resets as Miles' attack constantly destroyed it while Black Flash constantly pulled it all back together. The cycle repeated itself over and over again, until the clash ended with a final explosion. When the dust settled, Black Flash and Miles were still standing on a heavily damaged source wall. They were both exhausted and wounded, but they were still alive. They glared at each other with hatred and determination, ready to resume their fight. They were not done yet. Miles laughed as he admired the amount of destruction he had just caused. He looked around and saw the source wall cracked and broken, with pieces of it floating in the void. He felt a rush of adrenaline and joy as he realized that he had done something that no one had ever done before. He had damaged the source wall. Black Flash could only snarl in rage as he saw the damage that Miles had done. He felt a surge of fear and anger as he realized that Miles had endangered the multiverse and himself. He knew that the source wall was not only a prison, but also a barrier that protected the multiverse from the unknown beyond. He had to stop Miles before he broke the wall completely. Miles then raised his hand as an orb of primal energy gathered at his fingertip. He aimed it at Black Flash and launched it with a flick of his wrist. It was a ball of pure chaos and destruction that could explode on contact. Black Flash narrowly avoided the orb and swung his scythe at Miles. He unleashed a crescent wave of energy from his blade that could cut through anything. Miles teleports above the wave and creates a spear of cosmic lightning in his hand. He threw it at Black Flash and then made hundreds more. He rained them down on Black Flash, who was running and evading his spears. Black Flash ran around, creating a large tornado of speed force energy around him. He used it to deflect the spears and to draw Miles closer to him. Miles destroyed the tornado with a clap of his hands and punched Black Flash right in the face. He used his strength and speed to deliver a powerful blow that could shatter anything. However, Black Flash also struck Miles at the exact moment, and thus both were propelled away from each other. He used his scythe and rings to deliver a powerful blow that could end anything. They both flew back, crashing into the wall. They both felt pain and blood, but they also felt alive and exhilarated. They both looked at each other with hatred and respect as they prepared for another round. Miles suddenly laughed in excitement before realizing how much damage they were doing to the source wall. He saw the cracks spreading and growing, threatening to tear apart the wall and expose what lay beyond. "Wow, look at what we've done," Miles said. "We've really messed up this wall. I bet no one has ever done this before. You know what? I'm gonna blame you for this. Yeah, you heard me. It's all your fault. You should pay for this." This angered Black Flash as he heard Miles' words. He felt insulted and provoked by Miles' taunts. "You dare to mock me?" Black Flash said. "You are the one who started this. You are the one who caused this. You are the one who will pay for this." Black Flash fired a large beam from his chest at Miles. It was a beam of pure speed force energy that could erase anything from existence. It was a beam of pure annihilation that could destroy anything. Miles redirected the beam through a portal, sending it back at Black Flash. He used his primal force power to create a portal in front of him, and another one behind Black Flash. "Nice try, but no cigar," Miles said. "You think you can hit me with your own attack? Think again. Here, have a taste of your own medicine." Black Flash then did something unusual that took Miles by surprise. He opened his mouth and ate his own energy beam, swallowing it whole. He then let out a smug smirk as he felt the power coursing through him. Miles could only question the logic behind that move. He wondered why Black Flash would do something so reckless and stupid. He wondered if he had gone insane. "What the hell are you doing?" Miles asked. "Are you crazy? You just ate your own attack. Do you have any idea what that could do to you?" Black Flash did not answer, but took advantage of Miles' distraction. He slammed him back to the ground with increased gravity, pinning him down. "I don't care," Black Flash said. "I don't care what happens to me. I don't care about anything. All I care about is killing you. You are my only target. You are my only purpose." Miles laughed, before creating a projection of a warhammer in his hand. He struck Black Flash in the chest, sending him flying back. "Pathetic," Miles said. "You're pathetic, Black Flash. You're boring, Black Flash. You have no personality, no motivation, no goal. You're just a mindless killing machine. You're not worth my time." However, as the two were about to continue their fight, Miles suddenly had a premonition of Caitlin dying. No, she didn't die, someone killed her. He saw her future death as a mummified corpse with black and blue flames around her surroundings. He felt a surge of rage and grief as he realized that someone had killed Caitlin. He felt a bond with her, as she reminded him of his psychiatrist from his original world. He felt a love for her, as she was the only person who cared for him in this world. Miles ceased fighting and clenched his fists. His rage intensified as he declared to himself that no one deserved to touch his future queen. "No!" Miles shouted. "No one touches her. No one harms her. No one kills her. She is mine. She is my future queen. I will protect her. I will avenge her." Miles then told Black Flash that they would settle their match another time, but the Reaper ignored him. "We're not done yet," Black Flash said. "You can't run away from me. You can't escape your fate. I will end you here and now." Miles teleported Black Flash back to the Speed Force, while stripping him of his powers. He used his primal force power to create a portal behind Black Flash, and another one inside the Speed Force. He then used his magic power to remove Black Flash's rings and scythe from his hands, and threw them into the portal as well. "Sorry, but I have to go," Miles said. "I have more important things to do than play with you. Like saving Caitlin's life." Meanwhile, Clarion panicked and asked Fate if Miles had a chance of getting out and back. He said that he was scared of what Miles would do if he returned to their world. "Fatey, Fatey, Fatey," Clarion said. "Do you think he can get out of there? Do you think he can come back here? Do you think he'll be mad at us? Do you think he'll hurt us?" "Don't worry, Clarion," Fate said. "The spell will hold. I made sure of it. The spell will stop anything and anyone that does not belong to this multiverse from re-entering it. Miles Wally is not from this multiverse. He is an outsider. He is an intruder. He is an anomaly. The spell will reject him." However, Miles proved Fate wrong, as he tore the spell like paper and walked into the Primal Force, and exited it back to Central City. He used his primal force power to sense where Caitlin was, and where the killer was. He then used his magic power to rip apart the spell that Fate had cast and create a portal to Central City. "Nice try, Fate," Miles said. "But your spell is nothing to me. I will not let a mere spell stop me. I will return to my world. I will find Caitlin and save her life. I will find the killer and make him pay for what he had done." Clarion then glared at Dr. Fate and questioned if he still thought his spells could actually work. "Wow, Fatey, you really suck at this," Clarion said. "You failed to stop him. You made things worse. Do you still think your spells can actually work? Do you still think you can stop him?" Barry watched the news with a heavy heart as the news anchor informed the viewers about the battle between Tachyon, Flash, and two new speedsters. The reporter provided an estimation of the lives that perished during the fight between the speedsters would over be thousands, and the damaged Central City is on millions if Flash hadn't saved and repaired the city. The question on everyone's mind is, who are these two new speedsters and what are their motives? Are they allies or enemies of the Flash? And what is Tachyon planning for this city? Is he a terrorist, a conqueror, or something else? We may never know the answers, but we can only hope that the Flash will stop him before he causes more chaos and destruction. This is Linda Park, reporting live from Central City. "Stay safe, everyone," the reporter said before the screen went black. Joe shut off the TV and looked at the team. He noticed Barry's solemn look and patted him on the back. "Hey, kid. You did good out there. You saved a lot of people today. Don't let this get to you," he said softly. Barry shook his head and forced a smile. "Thanks, Joe. But I'm fine." "Really?" He lied. Joe raised an eyebrow and gave him a skeptical look. "Barry, I've known you since you were a kid. You can't fool me. I know you're hurting inside. You blame yourself for what happened, don't you?" Barry sighed and looked away. He couldn't deny it. He felt responsible for the deaths and injuries of innocent people who were caught in the crossfire of his fight with Tachyon and the other speedsters. He wondered if he could ever stop him or if he was doomed to fail. "No, Joe. I don't blame myself," Barry said in a low voice. "I blame him." He pointed at the screen where Tachyon's face was still frozen in a twisted mask. "He's the one who started this. He killed all those people and destroyed everything I love. He's the one who has to pay." Cisco and Caitlin watched Barry sadly as they remained quiet. They didn't know what to say or do to comfort their friend. They felt helpless and scared as they faced an enemy they knew was impossible to stop. They wished they could find a way to stop Tachyon and his allies, but they had no clue how to do that. Thorn, in his Harrison Wells persona, silently observed Barry from his wheelchair. He saw the anger and pain in his eyes and felt a surge of satisfaction. He enjoyed seeing Barry suffer and struggle. But he also felt a twinge of fear as he remembered his encounter with Black Flash, the speedster of death who meddling speedsters across time and space. He knew that Black Flash was hunting Tachyon and that he wanted him dead as well. He wondered how he could strike a deal with Black Flash to get rid of Miles without exposing his own identity as Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash. He decided to bide his time and wait for an opportunity to present itself. He pretended to be concerned for Barry and his team, but in reality, he was plotting their downfall. He smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry, Barry. We'll find a way to stop Tachyon and his cronies. We're a team, remember? We're in this together." Meanwhile, in Miles' hideout, the king of Central City had also been watching the news with Grodd. Miles sighed and rubbed his temple, trying to control his primal urge to let loose once again. He felt the primal force stirring inside him, demanding more action and violence. He knew he had to keep it in check, or he would risk losing himself to his own ego. Grodd warily stared at Miles, sensing his inner turmoil. He knew that Miles was a powerful and unpredictable ally, but also a potential threat. He wondered if he could trust him or betray him at the first opportunity. "Miles, are you all right?" Grodd asked telepathically. Miles looked at him and smiled. "Yeah, I'm fine, Grodd. Don't worry. I'm not going to go crazy again." He reassured the gorilla. Still, all that power mentally drained him, while being able to indulge his psychopathic urge was nice. The downside was that his ego fully took control. His fight with Black Flash just proved that. He didn't want to stop, and he wouldn't have if he didn't see Caitlin dying. Grodd remained silent but skeptical of the reassurance. He remembered how Miles had gone berserk during their fight with Black Flash, unleashing his full power and nearly destroying the city. He wondered what had triggered his rampage and what had stopped him. Miles then recalled the future vision of Caitlin's death during his fight with Black Flash at the Source Wall. He saw her mummified corpse surrounded by dark blue flames, her eyes wide open in horror and pain. He felt a pang of guilt, anger, and sorrow as he remembered her face. He already figured out who killed her: Deathstorm, the fusion of Ronnie Raymond and some demon, corrupted by the dark matter explosion. He had seen him in his vision, laughing maniacally as he burned Caitlin alive with his nuclear fire. However, what confused him was that Ronnie wasn't supposed to become Deathstorm until later seasons of the show. He was supposed to die in the singularity that opened at the end of Season 1, sacrificing himself to save the city. Melanie, his loyal assistant and bodyguard, arrived carrying light snacks and handed them to Miles. She was a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a black suit and sunglasses. She had been working for Miles since he took over Central City, and she was one of the few people he trusted. "Here you go, boss. I hope you like them," she said with a smile. "Thank you, Melanie. You're a lifesaver," Miles said as he took a bite of a sandwich. Melanie bowed before reminding Miles of his appointment with the Mafia family. It was one of the most ruthless families in the globe that did business with illegal smuggling of firearms and many more illegal stuff. They were called the Moretti family, and they had a strong presence in Italy and America. They had contacted Miles a few days ago, offering him a deal. They would supply him with weapons and ammunition in exchange for protection and a share of his profits. "Miles, don't forget that you have a meeting with Mr. Moretti in an hour. He's waiting for you at his mansion," she said. Right. Thanks for reminding me," Miles said as he finished his snack. He got up from his couch and put on his jacket. He looked at Grodd and said, "Grodd, you're coming with me. I need you as backup." Grodd nodded and followed him out of the room. Melanie watched them leave and smiled to herself. She admired Miles for his intelligence and charisma, but she also feared him for his power and madness. She wondered what he was planning for the city and the world, and what role she would play in his scheme. She just hopes he would spare her life when he did. At Star Labs, in the prison cell, Hartley Rathaway was waiting patiently for his boss, Miles, to rescue him. He had been captured by Team Flash after he had infiltrated their base and hacked into their systems. He had done it as a favor for Miles, who wanted to spy on them and gather information. However, he was also wondering what had caused his boss to go rampant. He had seen him on the news, fighting with Flash and 2 other speedsters. He had seen him unleash his full power and nearly destroy the city. Did Miles go crazier than usual? If so, what caused it? Hartley had so many questions yet so few answers. He wished he could talk to Miles and find out what was going on in his mind. His super hearing was focused on listening to the sound of his sonic gauntlets, which he had hidden in a vault. The gauntlets were modified to house Gideon so she can hack into Star Labs and keep track of her copy. The original purpose of his capture was quite simple. Miles needed access to Star Labs cameras and data files. More importantly, Miles wanted him as his ears to Star Labs since he didn't want to reveal to Team Flash one of his abilities, telepathy. Though Hartley felt that Miles was just spouting excuses for being lazy, he agreed to do it anyway. He liked working for Miles, who was smart and honest with him. He also respected him for his power and ambition. Hartley didn't understand anything that Miles said or did, but he trusted him nonetheless. He believed that Miles had a plan and a vision for the future, and he wanted to be a part of it. He felt a tingle at the back of his head and knew that Miles was contacting him. He heard Miles' thoughts in his mind, as clear as if he was speaking out loud. "Hartley, can you hear me?" Miles asked telepathically. "Yes, boss. I can hear you," Hartley answered mentally. "Good. What's the situation at Star Labs? Any updates on Team Flash?" Miles asked. "Not much, boss. They're still blaming you for the destruction. They're trying to figure out who the other speedsters were and what they want. They're also worried about you going crazy again," Hartley reported. "Is that so?" "Well, they're right to be worried," Miles said with a chuckle. "Boss, what happened to you? Why did you snap like that?" Hartley asked curiously. Miles sighed and explained briefly what had happened. He told him how he had seen a vision of Caitlin's death at the hands of Deathstorm, a corrupted version of Firestorm. He told him how he had felt a surge of anger and grief that triggered his primal side. He told him how he had lost control of his powers and went on a rampage. "It was an accident, Hartley. I didn't mean to hurt anyone," Miles said with embarrassment. "I believe you, boss," Hartley said with sympathy. "Thank you, Hartley. You're a good friend," Miles said with gratitude. "You're welcome, boss," Hartley said with loyalty. "Keep up the good work, Hartley. Report if anything weird happens. I'll be in touch soon," Miles said before ending the connection. Hartley smiled and relaxed in his cell. He felt reassured by Miles' words and confident in his abilities. He knew that Miles would come for him eventually and free him from Team Flash's clutches. Miles was in a park, sitting on a bench, silently watching the snow fall to his palm. He was enjoying the peace and tranquility of the winter scenery, feeling a rare moment of calm and happiness. This was a memory from a long time ago. He heard a woman's voice from behind him, breaking his reverie. "How long are you going to stay out here? It's freezing," she complained. Miles laughed and turned to face her. He recognized her as Snow, his psychiatrist and first love. She was a beautiful woman with long black hair and pale blue eyes, wearing a white coat and scarf. She had a terminal illness that made her body temperature drop below normal, making her sensitive to cold. "Hey, Snow. Don't be such a baby. The cold isn't that bad," he teased her. Snow scoffed and sat beside him on the bench. She snuggled up to him, seeking his warmth. "Easy for you to say. You're a human furnace," she said. Miles wrapped his arm around her and smiled. He felt a surge of affection and nostalgia for her. She was the only person who knew the real him, a murderous psychopath. The only person who loved him unconditionally, despite his flaws and secrets. She had no delusions that he could kill her anytime, but Miles would never harm someone who can make his black heart beat and make his grey reality into a rainbow of colors. He remembered how they had bonded over their love for comics and sci-fi shows, especially the CW Flash. He remembered how they had dreamed of becoming superheroes and saving the world. Though, he did find her fascination with the movie A Human Centipede disturbing. It wasn't like the movie scared him, it's just too disgusting for his taste. He remembered how they had confessed their feelings for each other on their birthday, and how they had kissed over a buried corpse of a stalker. The romance. He remembered how he promised to start a new life and failed. Though in his defense, the guy slapped his wife's, but so reducing the bastard to a limbless eunuch was a generosity he didn't deserve. Before sending a video of someone assaulting his wife and daughter in front of him was a great pastime. Best part? He took off his eyelid so he saw the video from start to finish. Sadly, someone accidentally sent a video of a pregnant porn one day, and the poor guy thought it was either his kid or wife and smashed his face. Hey, it wasn't him. Those were the days. The thrill of hiding his murders from his lover and her figuring it out. Oh, she definitely tried reporting his murders a few times, with the police having a hard time proving it. Heck, he made a novel out of one of his murders and it was a hit. Of course, he stopped when she asked him, and it was still hilarious when she couldn't believe it was that easy. He had no delusions. He knew that she only stayed with him because she was terrified, but he would like to think he grew on her as she did with him. He hadn't even tried to hit, yell or kill her. The most damage he did to her was placing an itching powder on her back in April. Then one day she collapsed in his arms, coughing up blood. He remembered how he had rushed her to the hospital, only to find out that she had a rare and incurable disease that was slowly killing her. He remembered how he had vowed to stay by her side until the end. He looked at her and said, "Hey, Snow. I have something for you." She looked at him with curiosity and said, "What is it?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. He handed it to her and said, "It's an autograph from Danielle Panabaker." Snow gasped and took the paper from him. She saw the signature of the actress who played Caitlin Snow on the CW Flash show, along with a message that read, "To Snow, from Caitlin. Stay cool and strong." She looked at Miles with disbelief and joy. "You met her? You got me her autograph? How did you do that?" she asked. Miles shrugged and said, "I have my ways." He didn't tell her that he had traveled to Los Angeles and sneaked into the set of the show after some murdering. He didn't tell her that he had approached Danielle Panabaker as a fan and asked for her autograph. He didn't tell her that he had also met Grant Gustin, who played Barry Allen on the show, and that he had resisted the urge to become a fanboy, but he got his shirt signed, so it was a win-win for him. He just smiled and said, "Do you like it?" Snow nodded and hugged him tightly. "I love it. Thank you so much, Miles. This is the best gift ever," she exclaimed. Miles hugged her back and felt a pang of sadness. He knew that this would be one of their last moments together. He knew that she didn't have much time left. He asked her softly, "How are you feeling? How much time do you have left?" Snow pulled away from him and looked at him with a somber smile. "Not much, Miles. Not much," she said. Miles sighed and placed his arm around her shoulders again. He wished he could do something to save her, but he knew it was impossible. For some time he thought this was karma for the killings he had done. He decided to make the most of their time together and make her happy. Snow asked him softly, "Miles, if I reincarnate, who do you want me to be?" Miles looked at her with tenderness and said, "I want you to be whoever you want to be, Snow. I want you to be happy and free. I want you to be alive and well." He paused and added, "But if I had to choose, I want you to be Caitlin." Snow smiled sadly as she faded away. She said her last words to him. "I want that too, Miles. I want that too. Promise, you'll look for me." Hearing the door open, Miles opened his eyes. A dream? How long had it been since he saw her? Wait, he was still in his car outside the mansion, and oh, it was time for his meeting. He got out of his car and walked towards the door. He tried to forget his dream, but he couldn't shake off the feeling of loss and longing that lingered in his heart. He missed Snow. It was a quiet night at the Central City Hospital. A nurse was walking through the corridor, checking on the patients and making sure everything was in order. She noticed one room was emitting a strange light, like a flickering flame. She frowned and went to check on it, thinking that maybe there was a fire or a malfunctioning device. She opened the door and gasped in horror. In front of her was a patient lying on the bed, his skin shriveled and his eyes sunken. He looked like a mummified corpse, drained of all life and moisture. And above him, hovering in the air, was a demonic skull covered in black and blue flame. It had long horns, sharp teeth, and glowing red eyes. It was sucking the patient's soul through its mouth, making a slurping sound. The nurse screamed in terror, dropping her clipboard and backing away. The demon turned its head and saw her. It let go of the patient's soul, which dissipated into smoke. It muttered, "More, more," in a raspy voice, as its eyes settled on the nurse. The nurse tried to escape, but it was too late. The demon shot out its tongue, which was long and barbed, and wrapped it around her neck. It pulled her into its mouth, silencing her screams forever. The demon swallowed the nurse whole, feeling a surge of energy. It muttered to itself, "More, I need more." As it looked around the room, it saw a TV on the wall, showing the news about Tachyon and Flash. The reporter was talking about their latest fight, which had caused a lot of damage and chaos in the city. The demon slowly leaned towards the screen, watching as Tachyon and Flash exchanged blows at super speed. It saw their power and their determination. It felt a spark of interest and curiosity. It grinned, revealing its fangs. It muttered, "They're good enough," as it licked the screen with its tongue. The next morning, the hospital was surrounded by a crowd and police officers. They had discovered the bodies of the patient and the nurse, along with several others who had been killed by the demon during the night. They were shocked and horrified by the sight of their corpses, which looked like they had been mummified by some ancient curse. They had no idea what had happened or who was responsible. They did not know that somewhere in the city, a demon was hunting for more souls, and that it had set its sights on Tachyon and Flash. Barry and Joe Allen arrived at the hospital, the atmosphere charged with tension and unease. Daryl Fryer, the captain of the CCPD, greeted them with a somber expression. His voice carried a note of uncertainty as he recounted the horrific scene they had discovered. He speculated that a metahuman might be responsible for the night's gruesome crime. Barry's brow furrowed as he absorbed the information. His mind raced with possibilities, trying to piece together what kind of threat could cause such a macabre transformation. He glanced at his adoptive father, Joe, and they shared a silent exchange of concern. "Any leads or clues?" Barry inquired, hoping for some thread to follow in the face of this chilling mystery. Daryl shook his head, his frustration evident. "We've got nothing, Barry. It's bizarre. No traces, no evidence, just the corpses and those burn marks." Barry nodded, his determination hardening. "Thanks, Captain," he said, his voice resolute. He began to make his way toward the entrance of the hospital, his thoughts consumed by the urgency of the situation. Yet, before Barry could take another step, a distinct sound caught his attention, a sound he knew all too well. The crowd's murmur shifted into panicked screams, and a commanding voice, Joe's voice, pierced through the chaos with a single word: freeze. Barry turned back, his heart sinking as he saw the figure that had disrupted the scene. Miles, clad in his Tachyon jumpsuit, stood with an air of defiance. A curse slipped from Barry's lips, frustration gnawing at him. He was caught off guard, unable to change into his Flash costume without revealing his identity. Simultaneously, the police officers raised their weapons, their guns pointed squarely at Tachyon. The tension in the air was palpable, thick enough to suffocate. Joe's stern command echoed, instructing Tachyon to raise his hands in surrender. The scene teetered on the edge of a deadly confrontation. Tachyon complied, but his gesture was far from submission. With a mixture of arrogance and defiance, he raised one hand and extended the middle finger to the crowd. It didn't take long for the officers to realize something was amiss. Their guns transformed into mere toys, levitating into the air before their eyes. The officers themselves were lifted, hanging upside down from an unseen force, their expressions of shock and disorientation stark. Barry, Joe, and Daryl were spared from this bizarre phenomenon, standing their ground as the chaos unfolded around them. They watched helplessly as the police force was contorted into a painful, unconscious heap after being squashed onto each other. Their bones were fractured and some broken. Tachyon's voice cut through the chaos, laced with an unsettling calmness. "I'm not here to fight," he declared, his words carrying an air of dangerous assurance. His blue eyes bore into Joe's furious gaze. Joe's voice trembled with anger as he reminded Tachyon of the havoc he had just wreaked. "After what you did, you're not here to fight." Tachyon merely shrugged, a sardonic grin playing on his lips. "I felt threatened," he replied dismissively, his tone cold and detached. The scene hung in a tense standstill, the hospital's surroundings tainted with an atmosphere of unpredictability and menace. But Barry can tell that Miles was not in a good mood. He can feel it. Miles' presence in the tense standoff was suddenly interrupted by a digital voice that echoed within his mind. Gideon, the artificial intelligence, transmitted a message to him. "Contamination detected. Radiation levels in the hospital have reached hazardous levels," the voice intoned. Frowning, Miles muttered to himself, his thoughts racing. "Radiation? Nuclear?" he questioned aloud, seeking confirmation from Gideon. The RE's response was swift and clinical. "Affirmative, the radiation is consistent with nuclear contamination," Gideon's voice replied, a tone of urgency in its electronic cadence. Miles' expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his features. He muttered a name under his breath, his thoughts seeming to wander momentarily. Then, addressing Barry with a hint of urgency, he issued a directive. "Get back, Barry." Barry, perplexed, raised an eyebrow in query. "What's the reason?" he questioned, his voice edged with curiosity. Miles' gaze met Barry's, a flash of intensity in his blue eyes. "Radiation detector. Do you have one?" he asked, his tone insistent. Understanding dawned on Barry's face, and he quickly reached into his pocket, retrieving a compact device. The blinking lights on the small screen indicated that the radiation levels were dangerously high, pushing the readings into the red zone. Barry's eyes widened, and he turned to Joe and Daryl, the urgency evident in his voice. "We need to get the crowd away from here," he stressed, his words quick and precise. Joe and Daryl nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Together, they approached the gathering crowd, urging them to disperse for their own safety. However, the crowd seemed reluctant to heed their words, an unsettling mixture of curiosity and skepticism keeping them rooted to the scene. Frustration etched into Barry's expression as he watched the crowd's hesitancy. Then, To his surprise, Miles stepped forward, his voice resonating with an uncanny clarity. "Attention, you dumbass bum-ass monkeys and gorillas," he called, his tone enhanced to carry over the growing din of annoyance. With a disinterested air, Miles continued, "The radiation levels in this area have surged to dangerous levels. You should probably consider leaving before you start glowing in the dark." The words were delivered with a chilling indifference, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. A ripple of panic spread through the crowd like wildfire. People began to scramble, a tide of unease overcoming their initial reluctance. The urgency in Miles' voice had struck a nerve, driving home the reality of the threat they faced. "Oh, and be at least decent enough to die in your homes, not on the streets. I'd rather not deal with the cleanup. And it's not a good look for the city, and the smell will be atrocious," Miles added casually, his words carrying an unexpected bluntness. Barry's gaze shot daggers at Miles, his frustration palpable. Miles met his glare with an almost amused smirk, as if he found the situation to be an entertaining diversion. "Why the glare, Barry? Can't stand a little honesty?" Miles mused, his voice dripping with nonchalance. He leaned against a nearby wall, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. As the crowd slowly began to disperse, Barry turned back to the radiation detector. The readings were still dangerously high. Without hesitation, Miles took a deep breath, his body tensing. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, he absorbed the radiation into his own form, the hazardous energy dissipating within him. With the hazardous radiation now safely contained within him, Miles began to turn away, his intention clear, to leave the scene behind. Yet, before he could make his exit, a familiar presence stood in his way. Barry Allen, his expression a mixture of annoyance and determination, blocked Miles' path. Miles raised an eyebrow, his annoyance palpable. "What do you want, Barry?" "I'm a busy guy," he retorted, his voice laced with impatience. Barry's gaze met Miles', unyielding. "Why the sudden help? After everything you've caused?" Barry's voice was edged with frustration and suspicion. Miles stared at Barry as if he had uttered something utterly absurd. He regarded Barry with a bemused look before responding. "Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?" His tone held an icy edge, a hint of something far darker lurking beneath. Barry's frustration boiled over, his voice carrying a mix of anger and incredulity. "Starting a gang war, a hostile takeover, causing massive destruction, robbery, and bombing the city. Do you remember any of that?" he accused, his words sharp and accusing. Miles tilted his head, his gaze never wavering as he considered Barry's accusations. Then, with a chilling tone that echoed through the air, he responded. "Barry, if you're implying that I wanted to destroy the city, I could use my speed to create an earthquake that would level everything. Those bombs were a means to an end, a little motivation for you to step up your game. I needed to figure out why you suddenly kept leveling up every time we fought. And thanks to our clashes, I got my answer." TNX, by the way, his words were delivered with a detached calmness, as if discussing the weather. Barry's glare deepened, his frustration mounting as Miles seemed to toy with him. "So, what now? You have your answer. Are you going to get rid of me?" Barry's voice held a mixture of challenge and bitterness. Miles' response was cryptic, a question that hung in the air like an unspoken threat. "Why would I get rid of a free security guard? Do you have any idea how much I have to pay you for life and property you save if I hired you?" he countered, his words laced with a disturbing nonchalance. "You won't be a hero? Go for it. It'll help me focus on my growing business while you take care of my competitors without getting sued." Miles knew he could take care of those problems, but why bother doing that when someone is gonna do it for free? And who's brave enough to sue him? The IRS? Please, the only thing they can do is take his property while he'll be taking away their dignity piece by piece. Money was power, but against a superpowered psychopathic demigod? Yeah, money is just trash at that point. Without waiting for a response, Miles vanished in a blur of black and white, his form disappearing from the scene as quickly as he had arrived. The tension that had gripped the hospital grounds began to dissipate, leaving behind a sense of unease and unanswered questions. Barry remained in place for a moment, his thoughts a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Night descended upon Central City, casting a shroud of apprehension over its streets. The city was on high alert, its usual bustle replaced with a tense silence. The CCPD forces patrolled the area diligently, their vigilant presence a testament to the heightened state of caution that had gripped the city. Amidst the vigilant forces, the red streak of flash and the calculated movements of Miles' team added to the night's atmosphere. The pursuit of the mysterious criminal remained relentless, every corner and alley scrutinized with an intensity that matched the gravity of the situation. In one such alley, the darkness was tainted by the malevolent presence of the flaming demon. Its form coiled with an unsettling aura, its eyes aflame with an otherworldly light. A homeless man, his frail form cowering before the impending horror, had the misfortune of crossing paths with the entity. Without mercy or remorse, the demon lunged forward, its fiery maw devouring the man's essence, leaving behind only smoldering ashes. With a perverse satisfaction, the demon shifted, assuming a humanoid form, its body adorned with the lingering flames that danced along its contours. But as it basked in the aftermath of its cruel act, the atmosphere shifted. Another presence brushed against its awareness, a sensation that drew its attention. The demon's gaze shifted, its fiery eyes settling on two figures that approached, a mirrored reflection of its own form. The demon's voice, a twisted resonance that reverberated in the air, cut through the silence. "Have you found her?" The first copy nodded, its voice carrying an eerie resonance. "Yes, she's still in her apartment. Mourning for our death." The second copy corrected the first with a chilling monotone. "Mourning for his death." The original demon interjected, its voice holding a note of cold finality. "He is now us." The second copy relented, its tone submissive but tinged with a hint of resentment. "Of course, I apologize. But it's a delicate situation now." The original acknowledged the concern with a nod, its agreement tinged with an undercurrent of acceptance. "True, but we must continue to sustain ourselves." The first copy chimed in, a reminder that held a shadow of uncertainty. "We still don't know what that foreign cosmic entity did to our body, aside from this insatiable hunger." The original demon's flaming hand ignited with a primal intensity, its flames taking on a new dimension of ferocity. "I've come to understand one thing," it announced, the flames radiating an almost primal energy. As the flames grew, a palpable sense of dread filled the air. The original demon spoke with an unsettling calmness, its words resonating with an eerie truth. "Fire consumes all." A torrent of flames erupted from the original demon's form, its inferno spreading like a relentless tide. The very air seemed to burn and crackle with an ancient, destructive force. Everything it touched succumbed to its ravenous appetite, turning to ash and smoke in its wake. The night was painted with the grotesque dance of fire and devastation, the demon's malevolence leaving an indelible mark on the city. As the flames spread, consuming all they touched, the chilling realization set in, a force of primordial chaos had been unleashed upon Central City, and no corner would remain untouched by its insatiable hunger. In an eerie twist of fate, the relentless inferno that had consumed the night suddenly halted, frozen in time like a grotesque tableau. Yet, amidst this unnatural stillness, a reversal began. A rewind of events that unfolded with eerie grace, a distorted echo of time itself. While the flames receded, three demonic figures remained untouched by the reversal, their forms flickering with a malevolent energy that defied the laws of time itself. They watched with surprise and unease as the world around them twisted and shifted in reverse, a paradoxical sequence that only they were privy to. Amidst the chaotic symphony of time's reversal, a voice resonated, taunting and defiant. Miles' voice, laced with an unmistakable mockery, addressed the demons. "You really shouldn't be burning my city," he remarked with a hint of amusement. The three demonic figures converged, merging into a single entity that stood resolute amidst the temporal upheaval. As the world returned to its rightful course, Miles, now in his civilian attire, strode casually towards the demonic presence that stood before him. With an air of audacity, Miles greeted the demon with familiarity, his voice dripping with a dark sort of camaraderie. "Hello, Robbie," he greeted, his eyes shifting to an unsettling combination of black and white. A cocky grin spread across Miles' lips, his voice laced with a hint of provocation as he taunted, "Or should I call you Deathstorm?" The standoff between Miles and the now singular demon was palpable, the air thick with tension and menace. The demon's flaming gaze met Miles' unwavering stare, a challenge and recognition sparking between them. The tension in the air was palpable as Miles and Deathstorm locked eyes in an intense stare-off. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the first move. Miles, his body crackling with black and white electricity, faced off against Deathstorm, whose form was engulfed in sinister black and blue flames. Their standoff was a clash of cosmic forces, each waiting for the other to make the initial move. Miles' muscles tensed as he detected something amiss within the demon before him. There was a faint whisper of familiarity within Deathstorm's essence, a sensation that sent a shiver down his spine. But there was no time to dwell on it, not when they were on the cusp of confrontation. With a swift step forward, Miles closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. His intention was clear, a powerful clothesline aimed at Deathstorm's form. However, to Miles' surprise, the demon's body phased through his attack, like a ghostly spectre. Miles' eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing to catch up with the unexpected turn of events. He hadn't recalled Deathstorm possessing the ability to become intangible. Miles muttered under his breath, his thoughts racing. Phasing? Since when? His instinct screamed at him, urging him to evade danger. Without hesitation, he propelled himself backward, reaching the top of a nearby building just in the nick of time. The space he had occupied a mere moment ago was now consumed by a fierce explosion, sending shockwaves through the air and rattling the surrounding structures. Miles steadied himself, his heart pounding in his chest. He cast his gaze downwards, his eyes narrowing at Deathstorm, who stood at the epicenter of the blast, his form unscathed. The demon's finger glowed ominously, a telltale sign of impending danger. Adrenaline surged through Miles' veins as his instincts guided him once more. Without wasting a second, he leaped further back, distancing himself from the growing danger. The ground trembled beneath him as a second explosion erupted, the force of it rippling through the air. As the smoke and debris cleared, Miles regained his composure, his mind racing with strategies. He couldn't afford to underestimate Deathstorm, not when new abilities were coming to light. His eyes locked onto the demon, a mixture of caution and determination evident in his gaze. "You've got some tricks up your sleeve, don't you?" Miles taunted, his voice laced with a hint of defiance. Before he could react, Deathstorm was upon him once more, his form suddenly materializing in front of Miles. The demon's foot pressed against Miles' face, pinning him in place. Miles' eyes widened as he felt the weight of Deathstorm's presence, an overwhelming sensation of danger that sent a shiver down his spine. A sadistic grin spread across Deathstorm's face, an unsettling sight that sent a chill through Miles' core. Flames erupted from the demon's form, engulfing Miles' vision in a torrent of heat and darkness. The searing flames danced before his eyes, their intensity threatening to consume him. In the midst of the flames, Miles' mind raced. He had to act, to find a way out of this dire situation. The black and white electricity that coursed through his veins crackled with newfound intensity, his powers surging to life. With a surge of willpower, Miles unleashed a burst of energy, forcing Deathstorm to stagger back. The flames momentarily subsided, allowing Miles to regain his footing. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his mind racing with a mixture of determination and frustration. "You're not the only one with surprises," Miles declared, his voice carrying a steely resolve. Deathstorm's assault was unrelenting, his fist striking Miles' gut with a force that reverberated through his body. Flames erupted once again, enveloping Miles in their scorching embrace. The searing heat clawed at his skin, threatening to seep into his very being. Yet, Miles remained steadfast, a smirk dancing on his lips even in the midst of the fiery onslaught. The demon, Deathstorm, watched with an unsettling intensity. His intentions were clear, to consume Miles' very soul. His mouth opened wide, ready to draw in his prey's essence. However, to his bewilderment, nothing entered his gaping maw. Confusion flickered in Deathstorm's eyes as he waited for the flames to subside, his impatience growing palpable. A click of annoyance echoed in the air as the flames extinguished, revealing Miles standing unharmed before him. Deathstorm's frustration was palpable, his plans foiled by the unexpected resilience of his opponent. It was an infuriating setback for the demon, whose cold and apathetic demeanor clashed with the arrogant playfulness that Miles radiated. Miles sat at the edge of a building, his legs dangling casually over the side. He fanned himself with a nonchalant air, as if he were enjoying a leisurely day at the beach rather than a life-and-death confrontation. He tilted his head at Deathstorm, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Trying to give me a heat stroke, huh? Gotta admit, it's working." A little, Miles taunted, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. The contrast between their personalities couldn't have been more stark. Miles exuded confidence and a devil-may-care attitude, while Deathstorm's demeanor remained chillingly composed. Manipulative tendencies were their common thread, an undercurrent of cunning that ran beneath their clash. Amid the banter, a thread of confusion wove its way into Miles' thoughts. The way Deathstorm fought was unexpected, a departure from the strategic approach Miles had anticipated. The demon's willingness to engage in close combat, to meet Miles head-on, raised questions in his mind. It was as if Deathstorm was toying with him, teasing at a hidden truth that lay just out of reach. A thought flickered in Miles' mind, a speculation that he pushed aside for the time being. Did Deathstorm somehow have a connection to the primal force, the cosmic power that Miles himself was attuned to? The idea was intriguing, but there was no time to unravel such mysteries in the heat of battle. Miles' eyes gleamed with a mixture of curiosity and arrogance as he regarded Deathstorm. "You know, I thought we could have a civilized conversation before trying to burn each other to a crisp. But hey, if this is how you want to play it." With a surge of energy, Miles propelled himself back into action. The air crackled with electricity as he charged at Deathstorm, his movements fluid and controlled. As he closed the distance, he unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, each one calculated to exploit any weaknesses in Deathstorm's defenses. As the clash intensified, it was clear that this encounter was far from over. Miles and Deathstorm were locked in a battle of wits and power, each striving to gain the upper hand and unravel the other's secrets. The cityscape around them bore witness to their clash, an epic confrontation that held the potential to reshape destinies and tip the scales of power. Miles' eyes locked onto Deathstorm, a spark of challenge in his gaze. The demon's movement was swift, almost instantaneous, as he blinked towards Miles. But the speedster was ready, his reflexes honed to a razor's edge. In a split second, Miles' hand shot out, fingers closing around Deathstorm's gaping maw. With a forceful motion, He slammed the demon's skull onto the rooftop, the impact resonating through the air. Miles grinned mockingly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Going down, big guy." Without hesitation, Miles manipulated the very fabric of gravity itself. The force of gravity intensified around Deathstorm, a crushing weight that pressed down on him relentlessly. Miles watched as each floor of the building gave way under the immense pressure, the structure collapsing like a house of cards. Dust and debris filled the air as the building crumbled, a testament to Miles' power. Amid the chaos, Miles and Deathstorm emerged unscathed, standing amidst the wreckage. Miles' grip on Deathstorm's essence remained firm as he tossed the demon aside with casual disregard. His mind worked swiftly, conjuring constructs that materialized in the air around him. They struck Deathstorm with calculated precision, each blow resonating with cosmic energy. A giant spiked glove projection materialized in Miles' hand, his intention clear. With a surge of power, he propelled the construct towards Deathstorm, the impact resounding with a satisfying crunch. Yet, even as the blows landed, Miles sensed something amiss. Deathstorm's lack of reaction, his almost eerie stillness, sent a chill down Miles' spine. Miles sidestepped just in time as Deathstorm unleashed a torrent of flames, a searing beam that scorched the air and consumed an entire block of buildings. Heat and destruction swept through the area, leaving chaos in its wake. Miles wagged his finger playfully, a wry smile gracing his lips. "TSK, TSK. You missed the mark," Miles chided, his tone dripping with amusement. He watched as Deathstorm rose from the charred ground, the very earth beneath him melting from the intensity of his power. Miles' mind raced, processing the situation. There was an undeniable shift in Deathstorm's strength, a surge that went beyond their initial encounter. Miles clicked his tongue, his gaze narrowing as he assessed his opponent. "Getting stronger by the second, are we? You've certainly got my attention." Miles' steps took on a menacing rhythm as he advanced towards Deathstorm, the atmosphere around him crackling with anticipation. Above, the sky seemed to respond to his presence, as lightning forked across the heavens, striking him down with electrifying intensity. His figure was enveloped in a fusion of primal power and advanced technology as the godkiller armor donned itself upon him. The armor bore the resemblance of a demon and a beast, a fusion of dark and fearsome aesthetics. It was a visual testament to Miles' control over cosmic forces and his mastery of the primal force itself. The clash of lightning and power was a symphony of cosmic energy, an awe-inspiring display that left Deathstorm momentarily still. At the same time, Deathstorm spread his arms wide, an eerie calm emanating from his form. Fire began to gather around him, swirling and dancing with malevolent grace. The flames absorbed into his being, each flicker enhancing his power as he levitated above the rooftop. His very essence seemed to resonate with the destructive energy he wielded. Inside Star Labs, Caitlin, Cisco, Joe, and Harrison watched the battle unfold on the screens before them. Tensions were high as they witnessed the clash between cosmic titans. Cisco's voice rang out urgently, calling for Barry to intervene before the situation escalated further. Barry's voice crackled through the earpiece, stating that he was pushing his limits, mindful of the device he was carrying. Caitlin's voice followed, a note of urgency in her tone. "Barry, you have to hurry. We don't know what could happen if they keep going at this rate." Barry's arrival was a blur of speed, as he inserted himself between Miles and Deathstorm. The two cosmic forces halted, their attention now on the Scarlet Speedster who stood as a barrier between them. Barry's eyes darted between Miles and Deathstorm, his voice firm as he addressed both of them. Barry's voice cut through the stillness, his words carrying a note of authority. "Enough! We can't keep going like this. The city can't take much more." Miles remained silent, his gaze steady as he exchanged a subtle glance with Deathstorm. It was a silent conversation, an unspoken agreement that seemed to ask, "What now?" Miles made a deliberate gesture, his movements commanding attention. Barry, though puzzled by their unspoken exchange, took Miles' signal as an invitation to take the lead. "All right, fine. I'll handle this. Just stand down, both of you." Barry's attention shifted to Deathstorm as he turned to face the demon, only to find himself seized by an iron grip around his face. With bone-crushing force, he was smashed into the unforgiving concrete of the road. The impact sent shockwaves through his body, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Before he could react, Deathstorm's onslaught began. Blows rained down on Barry, each strike feeling like a sledgehammer against his body. He struggled to defend himself, his speed and reflexes put to the test as he desperately tried to evade the relentless assault. Deathstorm's attacks were methodical, each strike calculated to exploit Barry's vulnerabilities. Miles, lounging on a makeshift couch conjured through his power, watched the beating unfold with a detached air. His fingers drummed idly on the armrest as he observed the one-sided battle. A hint of boredom danced in his eyes as he leaned back, clearly unimpressed by the spectacle. Time seemed to stretch on as Barry endured the merciless beating. For a literal hour, he weathered the storm, his body battered and bruised, yet his spirit unyielding. Despite his valiant efforts, Barry's attacks were met with a chilling adaptability from Deathstorm. It was as if the demon had analyzed every facet of Barry's fighting style, countering each move with ruthless efficiency. Growing weary of the drawn-out affair, Miles decided to introduce an element of public spectacle. He kidnapped a cameraman, instructing him to capture the entirety of Barry's struggle. As the beating continued, Miles simultaneously recorded the spectacle on his phone, his fingers dancing across the screen with a calculated precision. Within moments, the video was uploaded to YouTube, titled with a cheeky flourish, "Hero taking us whoopin'." The citizens of Central City were held captive by the grim spectacle, watching their beloved hero struggle with a mixture of awe and concern. Unbeknownst to Barry, his battle was being broadcast for the world to witness, a display of his unwavering determination, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Just as Deathstorm seemed poised to deliver a final, devastating blow, a voice pierced through the chaos. Cisco's voice crackled in Barry's earpiece, urgency coloring his words. The Meta, Deathstorm, was preparing to unleash a cataclysmic explosion that threatened to obliterate Central City. Barry's panic was palpable as he turned to Miles, desperation in his eyes. "What do I do?" Before Miles could respond, Deathstorm's form seemed to blur, vanishing in a flash. Barry's heart raced as the demon reappeared on the surface of Mars, flames condensing around him. The detonation was imminent, and there was nothing Barry could do to stop it. Miles' attention shifted from the distant explosion back to Barry, who glared at him with a mix of frustration and anger. "Why didn't you help? You could have done something." Barry's gaze turned to Miles, a mixture of anger and disbelief in his eyes. "Why didn't you help? You could have done something." Miles, unfazed by Barry's glare, leaned forward with a mockingly sympathetic expression. "And miss the show? Nah, besides you wanted to handle it, didn't you? I simply obliged. After all, you're the security guard." Barry's frustration boiled over as he demanded to know what Miles had done to the Meta. Miles' response was casual, as if discussing a mundane topic. "Sent him to Mars at Mach 15 FTL, faster than light. No worries, he'll live." He couldn't say the same for the Martians, though. Barry's confusion was evident as he asked, "What's FTL?" Miles' expression shifted, his voice filled with mock concern. "Faster than light." "Oh, Anne? Duck." Before Barry could react, Deathstorm reappeared, his foot connecting with Barry's side. The blow sent him sprawling, his gaze locking onto Deathstorm, who radiated fury. A growl of anger escaped Deathstorm's lips as he glared at Miles, who feigned a yawn, as though he had grown bored of the entire ordeal. Miles let out a painful hiss. Oh. He's definitely not getting up after that. He chuckled before turning to the demon and asked, "Was that necessary? I feel like that racially motivated. Hey cameraman, what do you think? Don't drag me into this asshole." Miles pouted. "Rude much?" he asked before looking back at his enemy. Deathstorm's eyes bore into Miles with fury as a growl escaped his lips. Miles, feigning a yawn, stretched lazily. "Round 3? His only response was a roar. "Round 3 it is. See Mia," he yelled with savage grin. The night hung heavy over Central City, casting long shadows that danced ominously with the city's heartbeat. The streets were empty, save for the occasional flicker of streetlights, as the showdown between Miles and Deathstorm sent chills down the spines of those who knew what was unfolding. Miles stood at the epicenter of the chaos, his body crackling with energy as his blonde hair ruffled in the night breeze. His piercing blue eyes were locked onto Deathstorm, a demonic figure wreathed in eerie blue flames and the embodiment of destruction. As the tension reached its peak, Miles' laughter echoed through the city. It was a chilling sound, a stark contrast to the casual and informal demeanor he often displayed. This was a laugh born of tension, a laugh that promised chaos. With a burst of speed, Miles opened a portal from Deathstorm's blind spot, appearing behind the fiery menace before he could react. Like a bullet train, Miles tackled him, the force sending shockwaves through the air as they collided. Together, they tore through several constructs that Miles had summoned, the fiery constructs shattering like fragile glass. Deathstorm, undeterred, phased through Miles' grip, his eerie flames flickering with malevolent glee. He swiftly retaliated, extending his flaming hand towards Miles' face and releasing a searing beam of fire. The intense heat washed over Miles, but his laughter continued, a testament to his psychotic nature. Ignoring the scorching heat, Miles reacted with inhuman speed, his fingers closing around Deathstorm's neck. He vibrated his arm violently, causing the very molecules of Deathstorm's form to tremble. Deathstorm gasped, his grip on Miles weakening. With relentless force, Miles slammed Deathstorm onto the ground, creating a series of bone-jarring impacts that reverberated through the street. Each slam was punctuated by the sound of cracking pavement and the eerie crackle of Deathstorm's flames. But Deathstorm was not one to be easily subdued. He managed to break free, propelling himself away from Miles with a burst of fiery energy. As he soared through the air, Miles unleashed his telekinesis. Deathstorm was pulled back to Miles before he was blasted away like a ragdoll, hurtling through the night sky. However, Deathstorm's resilience was incredible. In mid-air, he righted himself, his burning form twisting with an eerie grace. With renewed determination, he charged toward Miles, a streak of blue flames against the dark cityscape. As their clash continued, Central City was slowly tearing itself apart. Inside the disruptive realm of the primal force, an otherworldly discussion unfolded. White, the demon who shared a peculiar friendship with Miles, looked gravely concerned. He leaned in, his ghostly features flickering like an erratic flame. "Big boss," White began, his voice carrying a spectral echo, "you've seen what Deathstorm's become, right? The dude's got a piece of your primal of fire, both in spirit and literally. We can't snuff him out now, can we? He's practically immortal." The primal force, an imposing presence of cosmic energies, regarded White with a perplexing gaze. "You misunderstand, White. Deathstorm can be killed." White's ethereal brow furrowed in confusion. "Seriously? Miles ain't been able to do it, and he's been playing with a guy like a cat with a mouse." The primal force emitted a cosmic chuckle, resonating through their shared realm. That's because Miles is playing with his food, as you put it. He could end Deathstorm now, but he chooses not to. White, still perplexed, changed the subject. What about that pesky parasite lurking around here? Shouldn't we snuff it out? The primal force's cosmic form shifted as if contemplating. No, White. We won't touch the parasite. White's ghostly figure hovered in cosmic space, uncertainty etched across his spectral features. Why not? Isn't it a nuisance? The primal force's energy swirled with a certain disdain. Despite my loathing for the Speed Force's creation, that parasite is also a part of me, driven by an extreme desire, much like my avatar, Miles. White's crimson eyes widened, understanding slowly dawning. You say Miles and that parasite are two peas in a pod. The primal force's cosmic presence emanated a sense of finality. In a manner of speaking, yes. White sighed, realizing the futility of further arguments. Well, Big Boss, Miles ain't going to be thrilled about this. He'll throw a fit. The primal force emitted an echoing laugh. Let him. If he wished for a different outcome, he should have done a better job. As the cosmic discussion continued, their ethereal realm was suddenly disrupted by an unexpected intrusion, a voice, pure and innocent, cut through the cosmic energies. Hey, you guys, I think I can help. White and the primal force turned their attention to the source of the voice, a voice that didn't belong in their cosmic domain. It was the voice of a 10-year-old, offering his aid during their celestial contemplations. Amidst the chaos of Central City, the battle raged on. Deathstorm, with his blue flames dancing ominously, found himself initially overwhelmed by Miles. Explosions erupted, and fire clashed with blinding speed. But something was different. Despite the onslaught of fire and explosions, Miles didn't seem to feel pain or show any signs of injury. His mind, it appeared, was somewhere else entirely. His words spilled out in a dark and chilling monologue. It was tough for him to let go of his toy. When you are the literal avatar of the multiverse cosmic force, it's hard to find anything to enjoy. What's the point of doing anything when you know you're going to succeed? I've had enough fun, Miles muttered, his voice carrying an eerie edge. He turned his attention to Deathstorm, and what should have been his friendliest smile transformed into the most demonic of grins, from Deathstorm's perspective. Deathstorm couldn't help but wonder, as he battled this enigmatic enemy, if Miles was some sort of demon who had somehow taken on a human guise. The sense of danger that emanated from Miles was palpable. With an instinctual reaction, Deathstorm quickly backed away, creating distance before Miles could grab hold of him. As he retreated, he felt an unsettling drop in temperature, as if an ice age were descending upon the street. Miles, however, was undeterred. He rose from the ground slowly, approaching Deathstorm with an ominous determination. Each step he took seemed to freeze the very street beneath him, like the freezing hand of winter itself. Deathstorm roared, unleashing a searing beam of fire toward Miles, but the speedster villain simply raised his hand. The flames halted mid-air, suspended in time and space, along with Deathstorm's left arm. The demon howled in frustration, his fiery gaze locked on his frozen limb, which stubbornly refused to thaw. Deathstorm stared at Miles, a mixture of anger and disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened or how his adversary had seemingly mastered control over the ice itself. Miles answered the unspoken question swirling in Deathstorm's mind. Surprised? Don't be. I always figure out weaknesses, especially when they're right in front of me. At that moment, Deathstorm found himself at the mercy of an enemy who seemed to have transcended the boundaries of his own abilities. Sensing the walls closing in around him, he unleashed a surge of raw power. The sudden burst of energy illuminated the night, a blinding flash that forced Miles to shield his eyes, his face scrunched in momentary discomfort. In the fraction of a second that followed, Deathstorm's palms came together, the fiery energy gathering between them before he forcefully pulled them apart. It became clear to Miles what his adversary intended, a nuclear explosion that would level the entire city. Miles' expression twisted into one of disappointment, and then, to the surprise of Deathstorm, he began to laugh. The eerie sound of his laughter echoed through the street, a stark contrast to the impending catastrophe. Deathstorm, bewildered by Miles' reaction, remained determined to carry out his apocalyptic plan. He ignored the taunts and laughter, focusing solely on his goal. Miles, still chuckling, taunted Deathstorm, "Really? You've run out of options, and now you're the sore loser, resorting to blowing up my city." There was no response from his adversary. Deathstorm's determination was unshaken as he readied to unleash the destructive force that would engulf Central City. Just as Deathstorm released the explosion, Miles, with a burst of incredible speed, charged forward. He extended his palm and made contact with the explosive blast, his body phasing through it as if it were mere mist. The nuclear inferno surged through the city, but it was contained, redirected, and diffused by Miles' incredible speed. When the cataclysmic event was finally over, the streets were left eerily silent. Miles, standing amidst the remnants of what could have been the city's destruction, couldn't help but mockingly praise Deathstorm, though the demon was nowhere to be seen. Miles realized he was alone in the desolate street. "That piece of shit tricked me," a string of curses escaped his lips as he sprinted toward Star Labs. He knew that Deathstorm, in his vengeful determination, was heading straight for Caitlin, and there was no time to lose. Barry raced back to Star Labs, his voice crackling with urgency as he spoke into his comms. "Guys, Miles is headed to Star Labs. Be on high alert. This is going to get ugly." Cisco's voice came through, laced with concern. "Copy that, Barry. We'll be ready." Inside Star Labs, a sense of unease settled over the team. Cisco, Caitlin, Joe, and Harrison gathered, exchanging worried glances. They all knew that the impending clash between Miles and Deathstorm was about to unfold within the walls of their sanctuary. Harrison didn't waste a second. He turned to Cisco, his voice brisk. "Cisco, prepare the trap. Caitlin, you need to distract Miles. Joe and I will power the trap once it's ready." Caitlin nodded, her heart racing as she prepared herself for the daunting task ahead. She watched as her teammates hurriedly set up the trap, their hands moving with precision and urgency. As she was left alone to face Miles, her nerves were already on edge. But suddenly, her attention was torn away from the task at hand as she let out a piercing scream. In the eerie silence of Star Labs, Caitlin's voice echoed with terror. Her eyes were fixed on the visage before her, a haunting figure, wreathed in flames, and yet somehow familiar. "Who are you? What do you want?" Caitlin demanded, her voice trembling. The figure, Deathstorm, spoke in a chillingly familiar voice, one that sent shivers down Caitlin's spine. "Caitlin." Caitlin's breath caught in her throat as she heard her husband's name. She took a tentative step forward, tears welling up in her eyes. "Ronnie." Deathstorm nodded, his form shifting slightly to take on Ronnie's image. Caitlin's heart ached as she saw the face of her lost love before her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "What happened to you, Ronnie?" Deathstorm's voice was filled with anguish as he replied, "I don't know, Caitlin. All I know is that I'm always hungry and always in pain. I can't control myself much longer. Please, you have to help me." Caitlin's voice trembled with a mixture of joy and sorrow as she promised, "I will, Ronnie. I'll find a way to help you." But before she could take another step, a portal opened, and Miles appeared with a burst of speed. In an instant, he kicked Death Storm, sending him hurtling through the portal to the other side. Caitlin watched in shock and horror as her husband, or what remained of him, disappeared from her sight once more. Her voice trembled with horror and worry as she called out for Robbie, her heart pounding in her chest. Her eyes were wide with fear as she watched Miles stomp towards the fallen demon, his intentions clear. Miles viciously picked up Deathstorm and began to pummel him mercilessly. Blow after blow rained down, echoing through the lab, and Caitlin could hardly bear to watch. She knew that if Miles didn't stop, Robbie would be killed. Just in time, Barry arrived, his speed blurring as he rushed to Caitlin's side. He checked on her quickly to ensure she was okay, his concern evident in his eyes. Caitlin, her voice filled with desperation, pleaded with Barry, "Barry, you have to help Robbie. Miles is going to kill him." Barry's gaze shifted from Caitlin to the brutal scene unfolding before him. He knew he had to intervene, and he darted forward with a burst of speed. Miles, during his ruthless assault, suddenly felt a powerful impact against his side. Barry had shoulder bashed him away from Deathstorm, creating a momentary respite. Barry's voice was firm as he ordered Miles to stop. "That's enough, Miles." Miles, seemingly unfazed, merely raised an eyebrow. He dusted off his shoulders as if the interruption had inconvenienced him. Barry gave him a stern warning, his voice resolute. "You're not going to kill anyone, Miles." Miles, with a chilling calmness, responded, "Robbie's already dead, Barry. I'm just sending him off." Barry took a deep breath, trying to reason with Miles. He didn't want to resort to violence if he could help it. But just as he was about to speak, the world around him seemed to spin, leaving him disoriented and confused. "Why is everything spinning?" Barry mumbled. It was then that he realized what had happened. Miles had clotheslined him, a sudden and unexpected attack, all while yelling, "360 Ooga Booga." Miles turned his chilling gaze back to Deathstorm, his intent clear, but Caitlin bravely stepped in between them. Her voice was unwavering as she stood her ground, defying the speedster villain. "Move, Caitlin," Miles warned, his tone cold and threatening. But Caitlin refused to budge, her resolve unshaken. "I won't let you kill Ronnie." Miles' eyes bore into hers, a dangerous glint in his gaze. He reiterated, "I won't say it again." "Move, Caitlin." She remained steadfast, her voice unwavering. "I know you won't hurt me, Miles. But if you kill Ronnie, I promise you, I'll find a way to kill you. I'll hunt you down like the animal you are." Caitlin's determination caught Miles off guard. He leaned in closer, peering into her eyes to assess the depth of her resolve. Her defiance triggered something within him, a flicker of emotion he hadn't expected. Miles was reminded of another time, another face, and another woman who had stood up to him. Snow, his former lover, possessed a similar fire and a similar unwavering spirit. Her drive to stop him was so overwhelming that he couldn't think straight when it came to her. As twisted as it was, Miles wanted to kill Snow, but he couldn't. He still remembered when he tried to kill her and failed. The memory of her stabbing him with his own knife sent a shiver of excitement down his spine, and his bloodlust surged like a volcano ready to erupt. But just as tension reached its zenith, Miles hissed and nearly dropped to his knees. His pride and sheer willpower kept him standing, though the pain was evident on his face. He cracked his neck with a grimace, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Joe, Harrison, and Cisco. Cisco's voice held a veiled threat as he spoke. "That was just a warning, Miles. The next one won't be so gentle." Joe checked on Barry, his concern was palpable. "Barry, can you stand?" Barry didn't respond with words but nodded, slowly rising to his feet. he knew that he had to regain control of the situation. A gasp cut through the silence and everyone's attention snapped to Caitlin. Her eyes widened in shock as something punched through her chest. Cisco's horrified scream pierced the air as everyone watched in horror, seeing Ronnie's hand sticking out of Caitlin's chest. "Caitlin!" Cisco's voice cracked with fear and disbelief as he called out her name. But something strange happened. Caitlin wasn't injured, despite the hand protruding from her chest. She could only stare in shock and betrayal as she uttered Ronnie's name in disbelief. Deathstorm, still smiling smugly, pulled his hand back. Caitlin convulsed and signs of change began to show, with her body starting to transform. Miles acted quickly, his power stabilizing Caitlin. His gaze never left Deathstorm, and his expression was a mix of anger and determination. Deathstorm's voice dripped with satisfaction as he declared, "Caitlin is mine now." Barry couldn't contain his fury. He launched himself at Deathstorm, demanding, "What did you do to her?" Deathstorm, still smiling, explained, "I'm making her like me. I won't be alone anymore." Miles remained silent, his mind racing. He knew he could undo the transformation, but it would require putting a piece of his power into Caitlin. That act, however, would kill her. It was a dilemma he wrestled with, torn between saving her life and sacrificing her for the greater good. But then an unexpected presence filled the room. Electricity erupted from Miles' body and covered Caitlin's, enveloping her in a spectacular display of energy. Deathstorm roared in denial, attempting to strike Miles, but Barry intercepted, landing a powerful blow on the demon's jaw. The electricity continued to swirl around Caitlin, its intensity growing. It began to take shape, forming into a smaller figure, a 10-year-old with mixed features of Miles and Caitlin. The child's voice was filled with innocence as he greeted them, "Hi there. How's your day going?" Confusion and shock washed over the room as they stared at the young figure, unsure of what had just happened. Caitlin's transformation had seemingly been reversed, but the presence of this childlike manifestation of Miles and Caitlin left them all in a state of shock.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.